Yeah, I'm back. But this time, not for 2 hours. Let's do the 5-hour KM to AM. This is going to be a fun one tonight. No matter what happens, we're going to have a good time tonight. I'm here to entertain, make you think, make you laugh, take your calls, give you some time to express yourself and pass the time tonight till midnight. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host on the Fan. I'm all hopped up and jacked up and ready for game 5. We're going to talk about the New York Yankees tonight. I guarantee you we do that. And joining me around 7:40, the GOAT, John Sterling. Yes. I think I told you guys a while ago I was going to work on getting John on the Fan. Shout out to Dave. Shout out to Nick. We got him. And he's not going to come on too late. You know, I'm going to be respectful of John's time. Bring it in, everybody. Fatigue makes a coward of us all. If the Pacers play at their pace, the Knicks will fall. Jalen Brunson has to shoot and pass the ball. 888-808-1019 is the number to call. However you're feeling tonight, take a deep breath. Exhale. This could be the end of a glorious Knicks season. This could be the continuation of a Knicks season that also has been glorious. If you're a Knicks hater, I know you are ready to drink the Knicks fan tears. I know you've got those memes and GIFs locked and loaded, the RIP Bozo picture ready to go. The funeral music, all of that stuff locked and loaded, ready to go. If you're a Knicks fan, belief is needed more than ever right now. If you're a diehard Knicks fan, you should die hard tonight. You should believe until that red light goes off behind the backboard that the Knicks are winning this game. They're winning this game. The Knicks are facing elimination for the first time. Karl Anthony Towns is a game time decision. He's going to play. Let me double check before I say he's going to play, because I think in theory we all think he's going to play, right? He's definitely going to play, right? Like, this is the Eastern Conference Finals. He's going to play, right? But he's still got to go out there and shoot and dribble and try and work on that knee and make sure that he's good to go. And I think he's going to go just because, you know, he would never live it down unless he could absolutely not walk. He's got to go out there. And if he falls during the game and, you know, if he takes another knee to knee during the game and he can't go, then that's, yeah, here we go. It's confirmed. Cat will play. But, like, how is he going to be effective? We saw how the end of the game in Indiana looked. All eyes on Jalen Brunson. No, all eyes on Mikal Bridges. The Pacers want all eyes on Jalen Brunson. They want Jalen Brunson to have the ball in his hands, to dribble the ball. They want him to try to score 40 points. But I look at Mikal Bridges as, you know, the third piece. I know OG Anunoby is a higher paid player, but they gave up so much to get Mikal Bridges where it can't be all on Brunson. If Cat is compromised, you know, these two guys are the additions to this team that was supposed to be a championship team. This team was put together to defeat the champions, and they did. But Mikal Bridges hasn't had any signature moments in this round like he had in the second round. Mikal Bridges has to find a way to score the basketball, play defense, stop Halliburton, you know, and a lot of people are starting to question Mikal Bridges. It's funny because I thought we already did the song and dance of don't worry about those picks. He's already made up for those picks. Right. Knicks fans mocking myself, Evan Roberts, Sean Morash, any other Nets fan you can think of saying, thanks for Mikal Bridges. Enjoy the picks. Okay. Pump your brakes, though, you know. The thing about the picks I told you is about what you won't be able to purchase this offseason, what you won't be able to redeem those picks for in the near future. And are you going to pay Mikal Bridges? And this window for the Knicks, are they going to be able to win anything with Mikal Bridges or whoever else in the short term? Those picks are not going to matter until the long term. 888-808-1019. You know, I saw a tweet from Jared Swartz. It said, Mikal Bridges often passes up contested layups for fadeaway jumpers. He's played 640 minutes this postseason, but has taken just 14 free throws. Jared asked him about his mindset, attacking the rim, and why that number is so low. And Mikhail says, I'm not sure. Everybody's play style is a little different. I'm not sure. It's just different ways to play. If I do get fouled or not, it's not really a thing. I don't know. It's not his style. It's not his game. He's not looking to initiate contact. He's not looking to get hurt. That's the Iron Man, right? He's got to keep that streak going. 888-808-1019. We'll get hurt tonight. Lay it all on the line tonight. The whole team is hurt. The whole team is banged up. And that's why I started off with my little haiku, my little death poetry jam. Fatigue makes a coward of us all. I've been saying that for a while. It happens, right? You are now the Knicks. The Knicks are playing now longer into the season than they have. I know OG and Bridges have played in the finals, and but this team as a unit now, these starters now, they've played a ton of minutes through this season. And the Knicks, yeah, they can go to their bench, and I think it's hilarious now. We're all calling on, not we're all, but a lot of people are calling on Landry Shamet and DeLon Wright and Precious Achiuwa like that's going to save the day. No. That's not a recipe for saving your season tonight. Your best have to beat their best. Your best have to go out there and protect home court. One more night. Give the fans one more night to party in the Garden. Give the fans one more night to party outside of the Garden. TNT, do not let TNT have their last broadcast with Reggie Miller smiling and celebrating and dancing on your grave. Do not let it happen. The Knicks have to show us how tough they are, right? Their toughness was questioned all year. I don't think these guys are tough. Cat's not that tough. I think they can be punked. People thought the Detroit Pistons were going to punk them. Well, let's see if they get punked tonight. The NBA doesn't want this series to end tonight. The Thunder are chilling. They're the Western Conference Finals champions. Gentleman's sweep. Ant-Man is not hurt by it. He's only 23. He figures he's going to do this another 10 more times. But yeah, SGA and OKC, they're relaxing right now for an entire week. The NBA Finals doesn't start until June 5th. So you think the NBA wants an entire week off, right? In the leading up to the championship of their sport? They don't. So I think that the whistle could be in the Knicks' favor tonight. And I think, the betting odds, the Knicks are favored 4.5. I think this is a night that the Knicks can win. But here's what'll happen if this game gets out of hand early. You cannot come back from down 20 again. And the only game they won, they came back from 20. That's not the formula. It's not a winning strategy. Do not go down 20. Because at home, where you've won twice as many games on the road in these playoffs as you have at home, you will hear the moans and groans of the fans. The and the letdown of Madison Square Garden. Some people have sold their tickets. Some people have backed out of this tonight. Some people don't want to be there to face elimination. I know the feeling. You don't want to go and potentially watch your season end and see another team celebrate on your floor with those hats that say they're going to the finals. The Knicks cannot let it go down tonight. One more night. One more night for pride. One more night for this fan base. One more night for this city. And I'll be here all night. Good or bad. Win or lose. I'll be here all night. We'll watch the game. We'll take calls. We'll talk about it. But you know what? I'm not a Knicks fan. I'm a Yankees fan. And the sooner the Knicks get out of the way, the sooner we can actually talk about how great this Yankees team is playing. Brian Cashman is on a heater right now. I've been saying that for a couple weeks. This team that Cashman put together, much better than advertised. This team is channeling Mariano Duncan. We play today, we win today, that's it. Sweep. Brooms. I wish they would have told me that they were going to just win 1-0 last night. I would have went to sleep at 10 p.m. I wish they would have said, listen, that's all we're going to do. How about Anthony Volpe? As this week started on Monday, me taking calls about Anthony Volpe and people questioning Anthony Volpe and why does he get so much run? And how come you don't criticize him? And what's up with Anthony Volpe? And I'm like, chill. I don't know what you're on. I don't know what you're talking about. I know somebody's always got to be the whipping boy. It seems like it's Anthony Volpe 1A, and some people are throwing Austin Wells in 1B. Wellsy is safe if you ask me, because of the whole beard thing. I just love the fact that this guy can grow a beard in 2 days. We're not even talking about his burrito reviews anymore. This guy can grow a beard in 2 days. And he's got a superstitious thing going on with Tanner Swanson, the catching coach, where if the Yankees lose, they shave. If they lose a series, they shave. They haven't lost in 7 series, so the beards keep growing. Fear the beard. Carlos Rodon has been sensational. Max Fried is on the mound tomorrow against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Bum, bum, bum. I can't wait. I can't wait. The Yankees in the last, 5-6 years have gone out to Dodger Stadium and played well. Remember Judge running into the wall? We still owe them for that out there. Obviously, we owe them for the World Series. Should have won game 1 like the Knicks should have won game 1. You go back to 2019, should have swept them in 2019. Players Weekend, when they had those stupid jerseys on. The Dodgers in all white, the Yankees in all black. They made the pitchers on the Dodgers change their hats because it was blending in with the ball. I can't wait to see it. I cannot wait to see the Yankees go to Dodger Stadium with a new look team. This is not the team that they faced last year. Cashman built a better team. The Yankee defense is better. If you're watching the games, they're playing good defense. There's a different scouting report over there with the Dodgers now. They're not talking about Yankee defense like they were talking about just put the ball in play, self-inflicted wounds. These guys will pee down their legs. It's not the case anymore with Paul Goldschmidt at first base scooping up everything. And even though Jazz Chisholm is hurting, he's in Somerset with the Patriots right now. I'll be there tomorrow, weather permitting, if anybody's going to the Somerset Patriots game. Jazz is potentially going back to third base because now you've got DJ LeMahieu at second base. And we'll talk about that tonight. Jazz versus DJ. Is DJ really the guy you want there? Do we really want to move Jazz to third base? If this was going to be the case, shouldn't he have been at third base to start the season? Peraza has been good enough. Volpe, obviously, his defense is there. And even in this outfield, Trent Grisham has come down to earth a little bit, but his defense is plus. Oh, Judge is not in center field anymore. I don't know how many times they've sent me the picture of Judge dropping a pop-up in center. He's back in his right position. And it doesn't matter if you put Cody Bellinger at any of those positions, he's going to be a plus defender. And we're not talking about Jason Dominguez's struggles in left field anymore. JC Escara has been great as well behind the plate. Shout out to him for last night. Clark Schmidt last night. How about Mark Leiter Jr.? When I talk about Cashman being on a heater, when we talk about the trade deadline last year, all we got was Jazz and Mark Leiter Jr. So we'll get into it tonight. And I'm sure at some point someone's going to call, and he who shall not be mentioned, he who shall not be named, not Voldemort, number 22 for the Metropolitans. I'm sure somebody's going to call and want to talk about it. And I'll try to dance around it. I'll try to do my best not to focus on it because it really doesn't matter. The Mets are one of the better teams in baseball. The Mets are a second-place team. The Mets are about to face the Colorado Rockies in their building. They can sweep them. The Yankees did not. Step right up and sweep the Rockies. And then you can brag about that over the Yankees. And maybe he who shall not be named has a big weekend in Queens so we can get off of him a little bit and stop talking about and focusing on, oh, he doesn't want to be here. Oh, he's struggling. Oh, his numbers are much lower than his career stats. 888-808-1019. Knicks fans call me up. Yankee fans call me up. Mets fans call me up. Let's break right here. We'll take your calls, and then we'll break again, and then we'll bring in the legendary John Sterling on the Fan. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host. KM to AM returns right after this. All right, we're in there. Let's lock in, folks. Let's lock in for the 5-hour marathon. I don't know. I think I need to update this MacBook because my camera is not working. Well, this is my MacBook camera, which is fine, but I have a digital camera. Let's see if I can turn it around. I have this digital camera here that is 4K, and it's not recognizing. But if you've seen these streams before, you know the deal. Yo, Shmoo, we getting money out here. We getting money out here. 199, crazy night for New York, because if the Knicks lose, Oh, there's going to be a lot of people drinking those Knicks fan tears tonight. If the Knicks win, the Knicks fan gets to live to fight another day. They get another party, and we're going to talk about it. I'll be taking calls on it all night. I can't wait. I'm blessed to be here. I'm thankful to be here. Dial 888-808-1019 if you'd like to join. Let me see something here. I got to post something. For the bros at Caffeina. Where is that video? Share. Airdrop. Keith's phone. And then we'll get to the chat. We got plenty of time. John Sterling coming on at 7:40. Okay. Just give me a second to post this on Instagram. Doody. Shout out to the mods in the chat. I already know. I'm gonna get to everybody. I already know who's definitely in here. Appreciate all y'all always. TJ McConnell over 7.5 points on ESPN Bet. What is that? Negative money? He's a lock for that. He's a lock for that, if you ask me. Yo, y'all handle my light work in the chat. I see some he who shall not be named fans helicoptering in. I'll get to them in a minute. Just got to handle some influencer marketing here. Next. Want to know how I stay up and run through the city rocking a 5-hour KM to AM? My guys over at Caffeina, they keep me going so I can stay up and rock a 5-hour KM to AM. Enhanced caffeine electrolyte powder. No coffee, no energy drinks. I don't go to sleep till 3 in the morning because I'm all. Okay, we're back already. Okay. New York City. You're now rocking with the best. Keith McPherson on the fan, KM to AM, 5-hour sprint. We're going to enjoy the night no matter what happens. We're going to talk sports. We're going to take calls. We'll talk about everything going on. We'll watch the game, and we'll react to it in real time. And I know most people that are Knicks fans probably not listening to the radio, but I know some of you are. I know somebody's like, nah, I'm doing both. I'm watching the game. I'm listening. I appreciate that. We've already got people on the line, and I appreciate that. More, 888-808-1019. Reminder, again, John Sterling will join us at 7:40, and we're going to talk about the Yankees the entire night. If the Knicks were eliminated, the Yankees would be the top story. They'd be top billing. If the Knicks weren't here, which they usually aren't here, haven't been here for 25 years, the conversation would be about Judge, Judge being walked. I was watching the game last night, and I'm like, man, somebody flew a long way to Anaheim just to see Judge homer, just to see Judge be Judge in a year where he may win the Triple Crown. And Ron Washington's over there cackling. But good for him. Because all we do every series when we see Judge is marvel at Judge and say, yo, why are they still pitching to him? Nick is in East Rockaway on the fan. What's up, Nick?
Pleasure talking to you, my friend.
Thanks.
I want to give you a stat that you're going to look.
Okay.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If Judge makes out the next 150 times, he'll still have a better batting average than Soto.
I heard Evan say that today.
All right? I knew you.
I heard Evan say it. It's funny how much we compared those two players. And even with the contracts, we talked about how crazy it was that like the Yankees offered this guy that much more than Judge. And when you're looking at the early season numbers now, it's still crazy.
Well, you know what? Look up his career stats.
I have.
Great ball player. He's not a great ball player.
And you know what, Nick? Like we were having these conversations, and that's where I was like, I said 700 was as far as I would go because I thought it was getting a little ridiculous for a guy that like, okay, he had 1 year like that where he finished third in MVP voting. He was hitting in front of Judge. That was his best year. I'm like, is he going to be able to repeat that for the next 5 years, or is that a outlier? I don't. I'm like, he's not Ohtani. He's not Judge. There are people that are still telling me he's a top 5 player in baseball. No, he's not. He was.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. And when are these owners going to wake up? When are they going to wake up and stop all this nonsense?
This is what they do. They never learn from it. It's always you pay a player off of what he did, not what he's going to do. And what we're going to do is just say, you know, he's going to turn it around this weekend. He'll do it next month. He'll do it after the All-Star break. Wait till August.
Let's let Judge make out the next 150 times and still have a better batting average.
Impossible. Thanks for the call, Nick, and thanks for the laughs. I said someone was going to call, and he who shall not be named will come up. It's going to happen all night. It's going to happen all night. So I know. Right now, the Yankee fan is peacocking a little bit, and you should. I am enjoying it. You know why I'm enjoying it as a Yankee fan? And I've told you this, and maybe it's somebody's first time hearing me. Man, like me being someone on the radio, on the internet, active in the sports world, I get told that I'm obsessed with Juan Soto. I get told that I got to knock it off. I get told that I'm a grown man and I need to, hop off of Soto. Like, come on, bro. What? I'm a sports radio talk show host in New York City. This is a player who chose to go from one side of New York City to the other and sign the largest contract in baseball history. I'm supposed to just not ignore the fact that he is half of himself, that he is struggling mightily. Now, if the shoe was on the other foot and he had better numbers than Judge, and let's say Judge was struggling the way he was last year when, honestly, Judge struggled and Soto helped a lot, there would be a party up and down the street. There'd be a party on this radio station all day. There would be nothing but jokes and people making fun of the New York Yankees. Ha ha, look what you lost. And if the Yankees weren't playing this well, it'd be up. You'll never be good without Soto. And look at how good Soto's start as a Met is. And it's the opposite. So I am tickled by it. I am enjoying it. You know why I'm also enjoying it? Because I know it's not forever. It's just the beginning. So let me enjoy it while it lasts. Richie in Queens on the Fan. What's up, Richie?
Hey, Pete, how are you? Well, you're not going to hear about comparison. I could care less about Soto and Judge. All I know is your team is rocking. You got Rodon from 3 years ago. He looks like he did with the Giants. Initially it was a terrible signing. He looks phenomenal. Warren coming up, Volpe hitting 270 for the month of May. I Judge the face of baseball. Excellent bullpen. Leiter will not be your guy in certain situations. I know he pitched well, but he's not. He's okay. He's not the cog in your bullpen, but everything else is really working well. So, and real quick with John Sterling, Keith, certain things you remember in life. Not this was a turning point in my life, but I was downtown buying some land for my new house I was building in Poconos, and I heard in 1989 this was for some reason I'm real good with dates, and I knew he was coming, and I loved because I called him in the 70s when he was on WMCA. And I miss him. I like Sims, I do, but Sterling was just incredible to listen to. So wish him well at 86 years old. With the Knicks, Chief, we spoke. I told you after the first game, I had a bad feeling you don't lose a game like that. And then you lose the second game, obviously, 0-2. Defensively, they've been so bad. I know he's trying to come up with different it does. They just wear on Brunson, whether it's McConnell, whoever it may be, Halliburton. The only thing tonight, I'm thinking mentally, the Knicks have got to be so much tougher. I know Indiana wants to win it, but if you lose 3 games at home, that's historic. You know what I mean? So I think it'll be a tough game. You know that it's 1 game at a time. Did anything happen? Yeah, but I think they don't make stops. Defensively, they just have been bad, and they've been out coached. So, yeah, it should be a good game. I expect them to win tonight. No guarantee, but I think they'll win the game tonight. So,
Thanks for the call, Richie. It's about defense. It's about getting stops. But I'm looking at the over under. The over under is high. They're expecting 222 and a half. I'm gonna take the over. I think guys are going to be tired. I think guys are going to be scoring the basketball, though. I think the Pacers are going to still run and do what they do. And like when I watched that last game, I was just impressed with Halliburton. Does he repeat this? And I think there's something about him as this villain, right? His his story. And too many times in New York, we get tunnel vision. It's an echo chamber. We get stuck in our own radio station, in our own communities online, in our own group chats, and we don't think about the opposition. We don't think about the Indiana Pacers, this team, how they were put together, this head coach, this player, and like he's had a chip on his shoulder since the Knicks didn't draft him, and now Obi Toppin, who they did draft, is on his team. He's had a chip on his shoulder since Wally Zerbiak called him a wannabe all-star. He's had a chip on his shoulder where they made it to the NBA Cup. I know it doesn't matter, but they made it to the NBA Cup. Then they made it to the Eastern Conference Finals last year. They knocked the Knicks off. Halliburton has also played on Team USA with Brunson, Hart, Bridges. He knows these guys. He's mocking Brunson doing his 3 sign over his face. He threw up the premature choke sign. Last year, he came into the Garden wearing a Reggie Miller choke shirt. Tonight, he comes into the Garden wearing a 50 Cent shirt. 50 Cent, very famous, popular New Yorker from Jamaica, Queens, was courtside in Indy repping the Pacers. So I think, like, tonight, are they going to be able to stop Halliburton? I hear so many people talking about fouling him and getting tough with him and making him feel. Who? Bridges? Mitchell Robinson? And if you do that, he's not alone. Pascal Siakam is a champion for a reason. He showed you that in the last game. Neesmith is playing through a bum ankle. He won the first game for them. Don't let him get hot. Nembhard has been really non-existent, hasn't done anything this whole series, but don't sleep on him getting active too. Miles Turner is another one that I thought would be a factor. Maybe he will tonight. Like I think we forget about Rick Carlisle being a champion, having a ton of experience, being a former player, him getting up there in age and not wanting to lose this opportunity. And the Pacers' origin story here of, okay, yeah, we lost last year to the Celtics, the eventual champs. They're out. The Knicks were favored in this series, but we don't think the Knicks are better than us. Even after the Knicks came back and rallied and won that game, I listened to all of them in the postgame. They didn't want to acknowledge it. I think I played some of it for you a couple of nights ago. They said, we got to play our game. We didn't play our game. They started to celebrate too soon. Human nature kicks in where they're like, we're about to go up 3-0. These guys are cooked. They're fouling. Brunson's on the bench. They got to play DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet. And those guys D'd them up. But you think they didn't watch film on all that? You think they haven't talked about all that type of stuff? What do the Knicks do tonight to have an edge or advantage over the Pacers? 888-808-1019. I don't know. Somebody tell me. I'm just trying to look at the other side of this. Indiana and them feeling like, hey, this doesn't come around for us a lot either. I know everybody's talking about it's been 24 years, 25 years since the Knicks have gotten to Eastern Conference Finals. This is a franchise trying to go to their second finals. And they have a good team. And they have a emerging superstar. In that first game, that shot that he hit, that the ball hung in the air for what felt like 5-10 seconds, that was clutch. And all I saw on ESPN the next day, who's the real Captain Clutch? They were taking the clutch player of the year award away from Brunson and putting it on Halliburton. And I'm like, that's crazy. Brunson had 43 in the first game. Well, Brunson hasn't been that guy in this series. I heard Greeny today talking about how Brunson has dragged the Knicks to this point. No, he hasn't. Now, in the fourth quarter, they know they could count on him. But this has been a team, these guys together, Josh Hart, OG Anunoby, Bridges closing out games, Cat winning some games, not single-handedly, but there are games that we can go back to, and each round is like that was a Cat game. So who is it tonight? If Cat is compromised, if they're gonna zero in on Brunson, that's why I say I think Bridges has to rise. Because if Bridges doesn't rise, you're gonna look at him and say, was this guy worth these picks? And are we gonna pay him? Are we gonna give him the extension if he can't hit shots in the clutch? If he can't do it in the Eastern Conference Finals? Let's go to George in Valley Stream. What's up, George? You're on the fan.
Hey, how you doing? I know the Knicks are going to win tonight, but my point is everybody's talking about the comparing the Knicks to the '90s Knicks. What about the D'Antonio era? You remember they got him to the second round, second year, and what did Phil Jackson do?
Yeah, I think that's why they're not comparing him to that group, because this group has gotten further. They've gotten to where the '90s Knicks were.
Well, that's true. But had Phil Jackson taken over the Knicks, they probably would have won a championship. Remember what Phil Jackson did after he
Of course.
Yeah, they brought it back and they won a championship. I'm sure Phil Jackson would have done that with the Knicks perfectly fine.
No.
Yeah, if you would have taken that Knicks team with D'Antonio and put him right now, they'd probably be just as good.
Thanks for the call, George. I don't know what no, Phil Jackson was not right for the Knicks. Phil Jackson needed to go. He didn't do much good. It was short-lived, and I can't co-sign that Phil Jackson, if he was given more time with that group, or no. This is the group. This is the this is the group. This is the time. You're in the Eastern Conference Finals, Game 5 in Madison Square Garden tonight. Can't compare them to Starks and Ewing. Can't compare them to, Carmelo and JR and Shump and those guys. This is the group. This team was put together to beat the Boston Celtics and win a championship. If they don't do it, the Yankees got to do it. Can I take another Yankee call before I go to break? Anthony is in Brooklyn on the fan. Go for it, Ant. You're in there.
Hey, Keith, thanks. First off, I drive a truck at night at 18-wheeler, so I listen to you every night. I really appreciate you and everything that you do. It's very entertaining, and I enjoy it.
Thank you, sir.
I had a Nick and Yankee point. The thing I want to say about the Yankee thing and the whole thing with Soto, there was 5 or 6 teams who won and just hit $700 million. All the Yankee, how many Yankee fans make that? All the Yankee fans are like, oh, I didn't want John. Nobody knew that Cashman was going to pull trade signing out of wherever. He did a great job. I was always critical of him, but at the time, you had no idea what he was going to do if you didn't get Soto, and he did a fantastic job. As far as the Knicks, I believe I know how the Knicks would play better and a better team. I don't expect them to do it. I don't think they'll do it. You can't. Don't have Brunson bring the ball up. Have somebody else bring the ball up. Let Brunson run around, work off a pick, get open. I think the ball will flow so much better. I think everybody on the team would be not knowing if they're going to get the ball or not. And I don't know. I don't expect them to do it because the Deuce.
Thanks for the call, Anthony. I was just trying to, let you get your thoughts across. It was a little rough, but we got there. I don't think now it's time to go away from what you've been doing. I don't like Josh Hart's going to bring the ball up. Bridges going to bring the ball. Cat Brunson, man. But that's why in my little high Q, I said, haiku. I said Brunson has to shoot and pass the ball. Yeah, come off a screen, shoot the 3. And then when they double team or trap you or whatever, like get rid of the ball and find the open guy. We all know it's going to run through Brunson tonight. There's everybody, expecting him to save the day. And now back to what you said about Cashman. And we'll talk to John Sterling about this coming up. In my heart of hearts, I felt like Brian Cashman signed his extension coming off of 2023, where fans made Fire Cashman shirts and had a Fire Cashman night. I saw online today that they have a Eric Chavez, same type of deal going on for the Mets. Is that true? Mets fans call me up. Fire Eric Chavez night. Anyway, Cashman did not want to sign a player for 16 years, 760, because that player would outlive him as the Yankees GM. That would go under him if that didn't go correctly. But Cashman was sitting there waiting, saying, okay, I know what I'm up against. Right? Cashman's quoted as saying, no one can compete with Steve Cohen. He knew Steve Cohen was going to not be outbid, and he was sitting there thinking about what he was going to do next, and it has turned into gold. John Sterling coming up next on the fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. Oh, no. Oh, I thought I lost connection. I was about to say, damn, I'm killing this shit. I lost connection. All right, let's get the chat current. All right. Pam, what up? Appreciate you. You're and my boy threw some money out there. Brooklyn. Does he who shall not be named finish the season above 220? Yes. Shayna, what's up? You're bro. Like I'm not even thinking about the Knicks versus OKC. No, he's not gonna be fired. He beat the Celtics. You're what up, my boy? Yes, I'm going to talk all about it. I even mentioned a little bit of it in my opening. I'm going to talk all about it tonight. Good evening from Twitch. Maybe. 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 What up, bro? Maybe. Salty, bitter Nets fan coming out. Maybe. Maybe. Or I'm just a NBA fan and a radio host that doesn't believe that the Knicks are better than the Pacers team. They haven't given me any reason to believe that. Right, and I'm not in the coalition. I've been rocking with y'all the entire time. Like, I haven't been hating the entire time. I'm the voice that's on the fan every night after they win or lose, and I've been pretty much neutral and playing it down the middle for the city. Volpe hate, yup. You'll be fine. How about Mets fans concern themselves with the Mets? Yankees fans concern themselves with the Yankees. That sounds like a great plan that'll never happen. You really can't say Soto's name. You that sad. I'm still a fan of him, even though he left. That's good for you, bro. Nobody wants to hear that on the radio. Mets fans keep saying that Soto is trying to adjust. Yeah, it's taking a while. All right, Keith, sending my best regards to legend John Sterling. Coming up next. He's not overrated, and you would have loved to have him. Don't lie. Yeah, in theory, we had him last year. We wanted him back. He sucks now. He's a detriment to your lineup and your team. We don't want that. You would be getting booed as a Yankee. Like, we're not missing him. We've replaced him with 5 other players. 30 years ago today, Derek Jeter made his Yankees debut. Wow. Wow, we're getting old, huh? Marcus, was good, bro? Appreciate you pulling up. Good to see you back in here. Definitely listening to the radio with TV volume down. Yeah, bro, that broadcast sucks. You have taken the Soto shit to a childish level, we saying. Bro, it's my job to talk about the Mets and the Yankees and New York sports. If you don't like it, be out. What are you in the chat for? Yeah, the Knicks aren't winning 3 games. Thank you. Somebody just be honest, bro. He went hitless against the Chicago White Sox. Wait till I go off on that tangent. Keith is acting like a Met fan? Good grief. Some of you guys are on dust. No, if anything, I'm all about that Yankee energy, right? The Yankee energy is, "Oh, I thought we lost him. Oh, you said that this guy didn't care about the Yankee pinstripes and he chose the Mets. How's that going for you?" Yeah, it's a rivalry. Military might, insanity, maybe. Right. How did the Mets start this? By signing Soto? Yeah. By signing Soto and acting like you won the World Series, like you won the next 10 World Series. Bridges is a weak link. It's gonna be exposed. All right, I'm almost current. Win something first, then you can talk. Ooh, in New York, who has won? The Liberty? Are you referring to the Yankees? That's what we're trying to do. Trying to get back to the World Series and win it. The Mets can't say shit. 1986 is 40 years next year. If they don't win the World Series this year, it's 40 years. We might not have one 40-year-old plus person that can remember that in the chat. None of us were alive. Exactly. What are we talking about, bro? He's a Yankee fan, but I don't understand his angle. Right. Guess the Dodgers are the only ones that can talk. No, everybody can talk. It's baseball. We don't know who's winning it this year. We're in the 2025 season. Super excited for the Dodgers series. Me as well. Well, joining us right now, the legendary John Sterling. John, are you there?
Hey, I'm certainly here on pins and needles with you, Keith.
I love you. You're the best. Thanks for joining us tonight. How you been? How's things going for you?
Well, I feel a little guilty at this. I have a show every week on another radio station, and it's on 4 to 5 Saturday afternoon, and we've been on for a little over a month, and it's fun. Only Saturday afternoon, and I was able to get a station, a wonderful station, to give me a show.
Well, don't feel guilty, John. I've actually started a new segment that I don't do every night, but I do once in a while. And it's a play off of the segment that we used to do in the Yankee pregame show where I take your, voice and I say, "Hey, Keith, tell me something cool." And one of the first ones I did, I was plugging your show. So it was you saying, "Tell me something cool." And what I told everyone that was, "Hey, John still got the itch for this. He's back on ABC radio this Saturday. His first show, you could catch him." I think that was a few weeks ago. So I'm aware, and I've seen some of your takes, and I've heard some of it, and it's good to hear you. And that's why I had the thought recently, hey, why don't I bring John on my show?
Sure. Well, that's good. Well, you're going to ask the questions. I'm going to give the answers.
Mhm.
Happy? Yeah. Happy with what the Yankees are doing?
You know me well. I am more than happy. I'm a little surprised. It has been a great month of May, and it seems like every part of this team is clicking right now, from the pitching to the hitting, the defense, the rotation, the bullpen. I don't know. I tried to bring my expectations down after the way that last year ended and the offseason went. But every night, I just said that, they're channeling Mariano Duncan. We play today, we win today, that's it. Every night, I'm having fun watching them win. They've won 7 series in a row, and it's not just Aaron Judge. Anybody can be the hero any night.
Well, that's true. What's really helped them is the back part of their rotation. Schmidt and Will Ryan Garbo, of all people. The two top guys are just out of sight, Reed and Rodon. And also what's helped is, they got the big guys who I've wanted for a couple of years, Bellinger and Goldschmidt, along with the great Aaron Judge. What's really helped them is the younger players are really starting to hit. And Rice and Dominguez and Volpe and Austin. Well, anyway, they're getting a fairly deep batting order, something they didn't have last year. And, also very quietly, Keith, I guess they're kind of catching up to the American League. The Yankees have built up a really good 7-game lead. They're 7 up on the loss side over Tampa, 8 over Toronto. This is off the top of my head. And double figures in Boston and Baltimore. Now, there's a long way to go, and teams can still catch up. I don't know. I'd much rather be 7 up than 7 behind.
Absolutely. And you know what's great, John? They just played the Angels, and they have this Dodgers series coming up this weekend, but then that's it for the West Coast trips. And I know you know all about that. Like, the way they set up the schedule this year, they don't have to fly out to California the rest of the year. That's done by June. Tell us about some of the years where you had to get on those flights and go back and forth. Definitely in the later parts of you calling the games.
Well, that's great, not having to go to California. They're coming home on a red eye. Talking to my Susan the other day. They're coming home on a red eye after a Sunday evening game. Earlier, because on the West Coast, but still, it's a red eye. And well, I tell you, even when I was young, really young, with the Braves, I felt like I was 100 years old when we'd land after a red eye. Those I hate. Happy I don't have to do that anymore.
Yeah, you mentioned Susan. I love Susan. She was texting me, I think 2 days ago because I said I had never been out to Anaheim, and I had heard her on the broadcast say that Anaheim, the Big A, is now the 4th oldest stadium in Major League Baseball, and I was like, "Is that true?" And it's been there since the '60s. But, I was listening to her voice on the broadcast. Dave Sims had laryngitis last week. I think she might have caught some of it, but she fought through it. You know how that can be when your voice is your instrument. You gotta kinda champ it out.
I've been very fortunate. I was using my voice improperly at WMCA. I did a 3-hour show 5 nights a week, and I did the Nets and Islanders, and I raised a nodule, and I sounded awful. And I had an operation in 1980, and I've had no problems with my voice, which is now 45 years ago. Hey, speaking of numbers, I'm kind of proud about this. I have been gainfully employed for 65 years. This is my 65th year on the air. February 1st, 1960 was the beginning. So I'm a very lucky human being.
65 is senior citizen age, retirement age, and it's very impressive to say that you've been, in the game, that so many people want to work in media and sports and announcing for that long. If I can do half of that, I'll be happy. I mean, I don't need a procedure on my throat. I just need to stop going to the Yankee game, doing roll call, yelling for the Yankees all game, and then coming here to do the show.
Now, you can't yell, that's for sure. Many, many years ago, that really was many years ago, Marv Albert told me, because he worried about hurting his voice too, he was doing so much work. And he said, I don't yell at the kids. I let my wife yell at the kids. He didn't want to hurt his voice. So, yeah, I'm very, imagine how fortunate I am. I might have been 10 years old, 11 years old when I knew I was going to be on the air. And I got on the air when I was 21, and now it's 65 years later. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, it's incredible.
I'm out.
No, because you're the GOAT. You can do that. And there's so many people listening now that want to hear from you. You mentioned kids. My son is 2. I yell at him because I'm practicing patience in his terrible twos. But how about your kids? And how about the time that you've been able to spend with them? Can you tell us a little bit about that? You don't have to tell us everything, but just share with us.
Well, I mean, I did college, four of them. I have 2 boys and 2 girls for people who don't know, and they're all in their 20s, and they're doing great. The eldest, Abby, is going to be married soon to a lawyer, and the others all have good jobs, and they're all wonderful. I'm very lucky. I have kids who love me so much, and we have such a good family. No problem. Everyone loves one another. So lucky in business and lucky in marriage and kids, and I have no complaints.
You're blessed, and it's the way you treat people, John. Every time I've been around you, you're so gracious to everyone around you. You don't carry yourself like you're the legendary John Sterling. You make time for everyone, and clearly that's coming back to you.
Well, thank you, and it certainly is. It set out when we had all these babies, and I said to myself, all I'm going to do is love them, and it's worked. So I thank you.
Amazing. There's a couple more questions I have for you. Every time a new Yankee hits a homer, everybody wants to know, what would the John Sterling call be? And we've got Yorbit Vivas this year, who had a homer that won the Yankees a game. JC Escara, and the addition of Paul Goldschmidt to this team, and Cody Bellinger, Clay Bellinger's kid, to this team. I mean, this Yankees team has been great. They've been hitting the ball, and it's not just homers, but are there any guys you've thought about in your head that's anything that's come to mind of what you would say for any of these new Yankees this year?
Well, I would have one for Ben Rice and for Grisham, and I don't know.
Did you call last year? Did you get the chance to call any? Maybe not Ben Rice, and maybe not Grisham either, because neither one of them were in the postseason. And then Ben Rice wasn't here early in the season, and Grisham wasn't getting much playing time either. So we don't have calls for those two.
Well, you never can tell. You never can tell. But yeah, I think about it, when they hit home runs and such. So, I told someone once, and it was printed when the newspaper guys were so good to me, writing wonderful things when I retired last year from baseball. I could still do the game. My voice hasn't gone back. Isn't that amazing? After 65 years. And I don't want to travel, and I want to go somewhere every day. And that's why I got so lucky with ABC giving me an hour on Saturday afternoon. Any other questions?
Yeah, when the Yankees make it back to the World Series this year, you don't have to come out of retirement, but you got to come to Legends. You got to come to Yankee Stadium and sit there and watch.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think they've got a chance. I really do. Of course, now it's easy to say because they've won 9 out of 10. And as I said, they've opened up a 7-game lead. But, they're a very tough team, managed very well. Everyone plays together. And I really expect them to do well. We'll see. Maybe you'll have me on in a few months and we'll see where they are.
I look forward to it. And maybe if the Knicks season ends and, Saturdays or some other time opens up on the Fan, you can come in here and host a show.
Right. I don't think I can do it under these conditions, but it's a thought. Anyway. I'm such a nut, and I'm so lucky. I've loved sports since I was a little boy and music. And tonight, I have the Philly game on right now, and the second game. And I'm going to go to the Knicks game and go to the Edmonton-Dallas game. And, my life is complete. I love watching all these games. I have 2 screens in my bedroom. That makes it a little easier. So, like that. Anyway, Pete, thank you for having me on. Good luck with your show. And I'm sure we'll talk again.
A true fan, the legendary John Sterling, my man. Thanks for joining us tonight. 888-808-1019. It's about to be 8 o'clock. First hour down, 4 hours to go. The Knicks are about to tip off. We'll get ready to ride along with that game. Taking your calls on the Yankees, on the Knicks, on the Mets. We'll get to it all. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be back right after this. John is the best. John is the best. I don't know what else y'all want me to say. One of the greatest things that I will tell my children, one of the things I'm so proud of, it took me 11 years from graduating college to actually get to the radio with my radio and television degree. God works in his own perfect time. I was able to get in here in 2021. I was able to meet John Sterling early in 2022. I was able to do a pregame hit with him that whole season. I was able to, jump on the broadcast with him in spring training, which he invited me to. He was so receptive of me right away. I was able to create a relationship with him and Susan Waldman. And as a Yankee fan that watched Yankeeography voiced by John Sterling, as a Yankee fan that listened to games and just, one of the biggest things for me when I first got in was that I got in before John Sterling got out. I love that guy. He's iconic. He's a nice guy. And he's done nothing but show me love and respect. And he's been on my show a bunch of times. And I couldn't have imagined that when I was driving Lyft Uber in 2016 or 17, listening to the Yankee game, and somebody would get in my car, like, can we turn that off? Can we turn some music on? And I'm like, after this next out. You know what I'm saying? That's real life shit, bro. Being able to meet John Sterling and he knows who you are already, being able to work with John Sterling. I've been on the call with John Sterling. Like, come on, yo. Blessed. Absolutely blessed. And it's something that I'll be able to say forever. Like, yo, I got into the game before John got out of the game. John knows me. I got autographed John stuff. Like, I got pictures with John Sterling, bro. Like, he's one of the goats of all of this shit all time. You know what I'm saying? You know how many people wish they could get John Sterling on their podcast? You know how many people wish they could just meet John? I was able to achieve all that, you know? I'm blessed. I'm blessed. Anyway, did this not get posted, bro? Let me see. Next. I didn't post this shit. That's what happened. Sorry for cussing. Continued draft. Want to know how I stay up? Okay, let me see if I can add overlay. KM to AM overlay. What's up, Matt?
Error. Their mission is clear. Win 3 straight, or else it's all over for the season. They return home for tonight's Game 5, down 3-1 to the Pacers. Game 5 about to tip off momentarily. Loss 17 turnovers, leading to 22 points for the Pacers. Next, looking In the first trip to the NBA Finals since '99, Indiana one victory away first trip in 25 years. Carl Anthony Towns is in the tonight. WNBA Warriors is a fifth straight win against the Golden State Warriors. They're at 37 and a half after a 20 win over the expansion team on Tuesday. And it's good. The Islanders here, Garcia's and that's I'll skip you on. Or you
No, I'm not here tomorrow. I'll be here Sunday. Have a good weekend. NYC, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. That's what they told me. 888-1019 inside the 8 p.m. hour on the Fan in New York. TNT on the screen. Got no calls on the screen, so I'm going to just lay out. I think the Knicks can win. I think the Knicks should win and will win. But again, they have to take control of this game from the beginning. Can't be 43 points put up in the first quarter. They have to have intensity, urgency. There can't be any of this, oh, they outplayed us, they out-hustled us. In your building, facing elimination in front of your diehard fans, many who haven't ever seen the team get to this point, yeah, you got to turn up. You got to be ready for battle. You got to be ready to knock the Pacers down. And I was saying last night, like, the Pacers have to get on that flight no matter what. When you get to this point of the series, it isn't like the beginning of the series where it's 2-2, where the Pacers come to New York, they're staying here for a few days. The Knicks go to Indiana, they're staying there for a few days. It's 1-1-1. And the Pacers know that they could eliminate the Knicks tonight and end the series and go back home and celebrate. But they also know if this game gets crazy, if this game isn't going their way, all right, we're not facing elimination. We can go home and celebrate on our home floor. We can go home and do this in front of our fans, give our fans the treat of, like, going back to the NBA Finals. Like, tonight is a night where I already said, like, the kings of the Eastern Conference could be crowned. You could, like, I've been there. I had to see the Astros beat the Yankees and take the AL pennant and celebrate. I didn't see it with my own eyes. I did. But you know what I'm saying? Like, tonight could be a night where the Pacers are wearing NBA Finals, 2025 NBA Finals hats. They have them in the building tonight. You're prepared for that. Don't let it go down. Protect home, protect the city, your fans. Go out with some pride, some dignity, some respect. If it happens in Indiana, it happens in Indiana. But you know what also? There are Knicks fans that believe, hey, we win tonight. Let us get one. Anything can happen in a game 6 or 7. So belief is needed. Keep your hope alive. Here we go. We're about to be off to the races. You know the games don't start exactly at 8 o'clock. But it's in a few minutes. You know, I can paint the word picture of what's in front of me. It's a packed Madison Square Garden, warm-up. Doesn't look like there's anywhere you can move in there. Everybody's standing in there. And I can tell, you know, it's not the party that it's been. There's some nervous energy, as it should be. You should be nervous. If you're a Knicks fan, you should be worried. You should be on the edge of your seat watching this game tonight. Here's Reggie Miller with a smile on his face. Don't let this be TNT's last broadcast and a celebration for Reggie Miller and the Pacers. Here we go. Let's get back to the phones. 888-808-1019. Shout out to John Sterling for joining us. I was smiling the entire time. Shout out to the live chat. These people saw me. I'm a kid when I hear John's voice. It takes me back to watching Yankeeography on Yes. Takes me back to, you know, the old days where John was calling the games and, you know, World Series and postseason. And yeah, he's the man. I'm happy that he was able to join us just for a little bit. And of course, I scheduled him before 8 o'clock. So, you know, one, he could watch his games. As he told you, he's a fan. He's locked in. I know when, you know, he announced his retirement, the Yankees gifted him this big, like, 80-inch TV on the field. And yeah, hopefully you enjoyed a little bit of our conversation. Go back in the free Odyssey app. This is 740 if you missed John Sterling on the fan, this is Keith McPherson on the fan. Let's get back to the phone. Emily is in Jersey City. What's up, Emily? You got it.
I'm a big WFA and listener, but I'm not always in the car at this hour. And for the last couple of weeks, I've gotten to listen to your show, and I just want to tell you how much I enjoy it and how refreshing it is after a couple of hours of Evan and Tiki and their like high voltage yelling and screaming and carrying on. That it's nice to hear a calm perspective, or no nonsense kind of conversation.
Well, shout out to those guys. There's 4 of them in there. I'm a solo host, and I think by design there should be a slight contrast from what they do and what I do. I've got 5 hours, and they are the afternoon drive, and I kind of bring us home at night. So I'm glad you could catch me. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, and thank you for the compliment.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what you said. It's exactly, coming down off of the day, listening to you. You can't have that, for the next 8 hours. 4 hours is good. And then listening to you with John Sterling was really nice because as he kept saying how lucky he was in his life, you kind of turned it back to being blessed, which is what I really believe. And, it's nice to hear somebody that believes in blessings. And I just think that, the way that you handled yourself with such an icon was just really gentlemanly. And I just wanted to call and say I appreciate it.
Why, Emily? I thank you. Thanks for the call, Emily. It's not my first time talking to John. I have a relationship with John. I just laid out on the live stream about how blessed that I am, that I got into WFAN in 2021. John listened to me for a little bit. When I met him in here in 2022, he knew of me already and was happy to see me and meet me. And I was elated. I was smiling ear to ear. I was taking pictures of him, videotaping him, and he asked me if I would come to spring training and join them on the broadcast. Once I did that, Susan and John suggested that I, make a segment to be a part of the Yankees pregame. And then I came up with Tell Me Something Cool. So, I literally love John as a Yankee fan. Like, I think anybody that knows me, I don't know, like when anyone hated on John, like I'm the wrong guy to hate on John Sterling with. Even being in the booth, I realized how hard that job is. I spoke to him about traveling, and I know it's a grind, and I'm not trying to do that job. They got to travel with the team. They got to be on for every game. And John, when he's saying how lucky he is, people will tell me my entire life, oh, you're lucky. You're lucky. There is no luck. Luck is preparation meeting opportunity, and you're blessed if you are prepared and you meet those opportunities. My life is an absolute blessing. I pray all day, every day. I will pray in front of people when I bless my food. I will pray in the morning when I wake up just because I'm seeing the sun coming into my room. I pray over my son, my wife, my mother, my sister, everybody, my friends, my family, because I know that, there is a higher power that controls all of this. I'm not trying to preach to you, but at the same time, like there is no luck. And a lot of people will try and, undercut you and undermine you by telling you you're lucky. No, I'm blessed. 888-808-1019. We're blessed to have Game 5 in Madison Square Garden. This never happens in the Eastern Conference Finals, it seems. And the Knicks have come out with the right energy and intensity. 8-3, the Knicks have an early lead, and we'll have eyes on that. Let's go to Mike in Ramtown on the fan. Mike, what you thinking about?
Keith, always good to talk to you, man. Go Hawks and Ocean County.
Go Hawks. Fly Hawks.
Yeah, go Hawks, baby. My boy Panther here. Yeah, heard that. But just wanted to touch on something. Hey, great John Sterling. I'm a Yankee hater. That's probably one of the biggest in the world. Still, nothing against John Sterling. You did a great job with it.
Thank you.
It was nice to hear. Second point. I know we're not supposed to talk about like other comments on other shows, but I just can't recall which exact show I heard it on. It might have been, I think it was overnight the other day. And it's an interesting concept dealing with the Knicks. And Thibodeau obviously has a short rotation, which is best for the moment, but not best for the future necessarily. And I did hear this comparison. I heard the first half of the comparison. They were like, The host said, why doesn't this guy give Tyler Kolek any run for the whole year?
A host on WFAN was saying Tyler Kolek should be playing, a rookie.
Oh, not right now, but throughout the whole year, the guy never saw the court.
He played enough for a rookie. He was playing in the G League.
I understand, but it might be a future TJ McConnell. So maybe you give the guy
Yeah.
not in the playoffs, but it could set you up to have a slightly more depth, even if somebody gets a 5-minute break or a 2-minute break, which is 5 minutes in real time.
I would say Deuce McBride is a player that was drafted and developed under Tom Thibodeau, and you're seeing him get those minutes. Tyler Kolek may, at some point in the future, as soon as next year, 2026, be that guy, but not this year.
Yeah, no. But during the regular season, if there was a blowout, would it really have hurt to play the guy like a few minutes?
Yeah, he did play.
But okay, I got you. And besides that main thing, like I said, not a Knicks fan, not a Yankees fan, but if it's my team, I don't care if we're down 3-1, I don't care if we're down 100-1. Let's have some confidence. As a fan, I know the players do, but as a fan, come on, you stood by these guys all year, and now you're just gonna. Not everybody. Some people are like throwing in the towel already. I just, even as not a Knicks fan, they haven't gone this far in so long that I actually don't hate them this year. Part of that reason is the Villanova connection with family members. But kids can do better developing. And once again, if Cat doesn't play tonight for a knee contusion,
Thanks for the call, Mike. I'm sorry. The game is on. Karl Anthony Towns is a go. Also, what are we talking about developing? These players were traded here or signed in free agency. Tyler Kolek is developing, and as I go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT about his minutes, Tyler Kolek, a rookie point guard for the New York Knicks, has averaged around 7.2 minutes per game in his first season. He played in 41 regular season games. I think that's enough. I don't know what host was saying, that he should have played more to potentially be ready for this, but this is for grown men. This is the Eastern Conference Finals. Journeymen, veterans like DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet barely got into the game. They didn't even play in the first two series. And Cat is on the floor. So before we talk about Cat not playing for a knee contusion, he's playing. He was a game time decision. That decision was made an hour ago. He went through warm-ups. He's playing. The Knicks lead 10-5 right now. Cut the game on. Well, you're listening to my show, so don't cut the game on if you're driving. Continue to listen to me. I'll give you updates. I'll do my best to kind of keep us down the right path and try and correct anything that I disagree with or that a caller may say that I don't align with. Those are just a couple things where I'm like, I had to let you go, Mike. But go Hawks and all that. And yes, back to John Sterling. I don't see how anyone could hate John Sterling. No matter what team you root for, he's iconic in baseball. One of one in baseball. His style will never be duplicated. No one will be John Sterling. One of one. David is in Yonkers on the Fan. What's up, David?
Yeah. Hi, Keith. How you doing? First, I just want to echo what your first caller, Emily, there said about your show and how you do it. And I know that the Fan has different types of shows, but I really do appreciate how you do yours, and I always really enjoy it.
Thank you.
In terms of when you were talking about the luck, and when I hear, because I heard John interviewed before when he talks about how he feels so lucky in terms of how his luck has been. When I hear that luck in that context, I don't hear that, just, by chance I happen to look into this, but just someone who kind of is grateful for, being able to have the life that he had, because, there are a lot of people, very skilled people, who don't achieve things through no fault of their own. And, and So when I hear that someone refer to luck in that way, I just hear that, I'm really fortunate to have the work that I have.
Sure.
That's how I hear it. And one last comment, I think in New York, we've been lucky to have some really good baseball announcers. I mean, really good. I mean, when I was growing up, the Yankees announcers were Mel Allen, Red Barber, and Phil Rizzuto. And they were they were really great to listen to. And now, like over at the Mets with Gary Keith and Ron, I just think, wow, those guys are just excellent. They just, and we are, I think, in a certain way lucky in New York to have such skilled commentators doing the game.
Thanks for the call, David. Yeah, I forget what break it was coming back from. They played New York, and I said, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere, I'm told. This is the hardest place to make it. It's the best of the best. It's highly competitive. You cannot be the voice of the Yankees. You cannot be the voice of the Mets if you're not good. Someone will come take your spot or at least challenge you for it. Howie Rose is excellent. Howie Rose is another guy that I'm happy that I was able to meet in here. Shout out to Spike. The way our first encounter went, I was talking about the Mets doing Old Timers Day, and in jest, I'm like, why are they trying to be like the Yankees? They got to stop trying to be like the Yankees. And Howie caught wind of it, and he, put the history lesson out there. And then I end up talking to him. I'm like, listen, trust me, I know that the Yankees aren't the sole owners and inventors of it, but whatever, we were able to chat. He recommended a book for me to read that I enjoyed. He's come on my show multiple times. And then, I've listened to his calling the Met games. When I talk about painting a word picture, like, you listen to Howie, you can feel the breeze in Citi Field. You can see what the sky is looking like. You can visualize, like, the whole team on the field. He's great also at adding humor. I love when he calls the games and he says something like, "You're not getting this from Dave and Susan." As a rivalry play, right? He'll go off on a tangent and he'll make some jokes and he'll say some things and then he'll kick it back. You're not getting this from Dave Sims and Susan Waldman. You're listening to 880 Mets radio. Like, I think he's great. And as far as John goes, when John says, he's lucky, he's appreciative. John is 87. Or is he about to be 87 this July? I'm sure he's appreciative. But from my vantage point, it's no coincidence. It's not luck that he is who he is, because I've seen him. I've been in the Yankee Stadium media area before the games. He shows up early, even at age 70, 80 something. He's there early. I've been in the booth with him where he's reading, writing, preparing. I've sat and ate with him in the media, dining area. And when he comes in, he's like this czar. He's like holding court. He's in a suit and everybody's buzzing, and rival teams come and they just want to shake his hand and introduce him. Anybody from their TV crew, their radio crew want to get the chance to meet the legendary John Sterling. And I'm just sitting there with a smile on my face. He has time for everybody. He made time for everybody. All of those years, he put in the work. All of those years. He just told you on air he did this for 65 years. That's dedication. He took time away from his family. So, what I was sharing is like, you're blessed. I don't know if he's a religious man, but like that, like, it's a product of his preparation and his opportunity and God having a hand in his life so that he could be all of those places and live all of these years and entertain all of us. 888-808-1019. Jonah is in Matawan on the Fan. What's up, Jonah?
Hey, Keith, how are you?
Great. Watching this game. It's getting tight now.
Oh, yeah. I'm a long time listener, first-time caller. I want to address two things. One of them is a call you had a couple weeks ago. Some idiot called up and he said that you're a homer and he talks too much about your family. And I just want to tell you, I love that you talk about your son, your baby girl, and your wife and your life. It brings me into the show. And about you being a homer, I didn't grow up in New York. I grew up in California. diehard Dodgers fan and hate the Yankees, and you actually have me rooting for Aaron Judge. If you bring a passion to the show like no other host brings, and you make me want to like the Yankees. I don't like it yet, but I'm definitely working on it. And I like that you're bringing your personal life. It was funny, a couple months ago before the season, we were talking about Devin Williams with the hair, and you said you have dreadlocks. It was funny because I always thought you looked like Saquon Barkley. So it's funny to find. I know that. It was funny you had the dreadlocks. And once we're talking about announcers, since I'm from California, I just got to bring up the great Vince Scully, who I grew up on.
Yes.
Love your show. I love the way you talk about your family. I love the way you talk about your cat. You bring the listeners to listening late at night a lot. You bring the listeners into the room with you. And in terms of the passion and the way you get the listeners involved, I lived in Boston. I lived in Toronto. I lived in California. I've heard a lot of sports radio. And there's something you have that nobody else has. You're my favorite person to listen to. Obviously, the fans are all great. But there's something about the way you personalize it. And I just appreciate everything you do. I appreciate the way you're humble. And you appreciate what you have. And, you know, it's just different than most people these days. And I love your show. Keep going. God should bless you. You should stay on the show forever. You should have success. You should enjoy your beautiful family. And I just wish you tons of blessings. You know, you came up, you worked hard, you got to where you are. I think you're a true role model for young listeners and older listeners. And you're just a really, really special person. And I appreciate everything you do. And your show's amazing. And my first time calling, I've never called on a radio show before. But there's just something special about you that I feel with you as personal, as a connection. I wanted to call in. Thank you so much, Keith, for the man, and keep going.
Wow. Thank you, Jonah. I don't know what to say. I don't want to make it about me. Jalen Brunson is going off right now. Like, Jalen Brunson is throwing up that 3 sign that Halliburton was imitating. He's putting the team on his back, as many predicted, saying Jalen Brunson would not let this team lose tonight. He's got a quick 12. There's still 4.5 minutes left in the first quarter. The Knicks now have a 10-point lead. Just as I said in the beginning of Jonah's call, it's getting tight. It was 12-11 Knicks, and they just went on a run. So now, going back to what I said about this game, you got to keep the crowd into it. You have to control the game from the tip-off, right? You got to keep the crowd into it. You can't go down. Now that they have a lead, they have to hold this lead. Karl-Anthony Towns also hit a 3 during that run they just went on. Looking at the box score, I told you Brunson has a quick 12. Karl-Anthony Towns has 5. Mitchell Robinson, deuce. OG, deuce. Mikal Bridges, another 2 points as well. So here the Knicks go in the Garden, fighting for their lives. They've come out with the right intensity and energy. They have a 10-point lead, 23-13 in the first quarter here. 888-808-1019. Like I said, I don't want to make it about me. I really don't care to go back and talk about, you know, the negative calls and people attacking me. I've just gotten so used to it. It comes with the territory, and it's water off a duck's back. I've been doing this now 4 years, and what I realize is every year it's just more and more negativity, more haters, more people telling you you suck, more people telling you you're a nobody, but then people call like that, or like these last few callers, and I'm like, I know that exists, and I'm thankful, and I'm blessed, and I know that I put my heart and soul into this, and I've shared so much about my life and my story on purpose. I think it's important for you to know who is speaking if you're a consistent listener. Maybe you're not a consistent caller. You know, as Jonah said, it was his first call, but I know that over time I would be felt. I know that over time taking a different approach would make an impact, and I have. So I thank you guys for listening. I used to always thank the people that didn't call. I need to go back to that, because I meet people all the time, whether it's at the stadium or I've run into people in the grocery store. I've run into people. And now, you know, he talked about my hair. I have long hair. My hair is, I don't know. I've been growing it for 7 years. I've got like 15 inches of length on my locks. He said he thought I looked like Saquon Barkley. I don't know. Shout out to Saquon. I guess I used to have the low cut with the taper and the fade. But yeah, I've run into people who have poured their heart out to me, man. And you know, I go back to John Sterling, and like I said, John Sterling is blessed, and we're blessed to have him. He's been able to entertain us. He's been able to call so many games and give us so many moments. You know, I'm happy to be somebody that is in this chair on this microphone that worked really hard to get here and is working every day to be different, to provide a good show. And I interact with people the same way I interact on the phone here online, and they're anonymous. Most of you calling, I don't know you guys. Some people call that I know, but like I try to, give people the same kind of respect that I would want while still, hosting a show and being articulate and all that. So, yeah, I don't want to make it about me. And if you notice, like I did get that call from that person, and it was so random that day because I wasn't talking about my family. And I think that person was just triggered. And I always realize that somebody is going through something out there. Somebody's listening to this radio, man. I had a guy message me, and he told me that he had bad intentions one night of doing something to himself. And he said he didn't call. He said he got in the car and he happened to have the radio on WFAN. And as he was driving to go do what he wanted to do, he heard me talking about my wife and my son and what they mean to me. And it made him think differently about what he was going to do. And man, that broke me down. Like, it's powerful. The radio is a medium where it's 1-to-1, but like you could be at work, you could be in your home, you could be driving, and it feels like it's just you and me. But there are thousands of people listening, and we have a job to do. Especially as a solo host, I have a job to do. I have to take calls. I've got to entertain. I got to give you some stories. Of course, I'm going to talk about my life. Of course, I'm going to share with you things. Like right now, the Nanit cam is going off. My wife just texted me, Jack won't stop singing. Jack has been singing for 45 minutes. Let me see. What song? It's bedtime. It's bedtime. But, I also do that because people are so crazy nowadays, too. With the things they say, they're so vile and so negative and so nasty. It's like they don't think that we are humans. They don't think that we are regular people. Like they should think about that. Like I'm somebody's dad. I'm somebody's husband. I'm somebody's son. I'm somebody's brother. And when I'm here at night to entertain, I'm leaving all of those people. I am not with them. And they are doing things without me, waiting for me to return. All of this is a job. All of this is so that I can help my family live a better quality of life. So there we go. Made it about myself as the Knicks get back on the floor. 25-18 with under 3 minutes left. Let's see if we can get a Knicks call in before we break. I have time for that. Let's do it. Brian is in Goshen on the Fan. Where's Goshen?
Goshen, New York, baby, Orange County, home.
Okay. All right. What's up?
But Keith, yo, much respect to you, man. I love your spiritual guidance. I love how you're bringing some brightness to our world because it's spiritually a dark world. But I know this is a sports station, so let's not preach, like you said. Let's go Knicks. Let's go. You're gonna hate this one. Let's go Cowboys.
I don't hate it. I just don't need it. But
Baby.
here, the Knicks are rolling. The Knicks are doing what they got to do. 12 points in the paint. They're on a run here. They're in control here. And I think the theory I had about, taking this game, keeping the crowd into it, and the Pacers knowing, hey, we got to go back to Indiana anyway. So far, so good.
Amen. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it going. We need a game 6, and you never know what happens in game 7. We all know that.
Got to force it there. Thanks for the call, Brian. 888-808-1019. Halliburton is coming off the floor. I'm trying to watch. That's another thing, too. It's always tough to be live, host this, show, watch a playoff game. I've got the live chat going on video on Twitter and YouTube, and I've got texts coming in, but I can juggle it all. Like I said, the Knicks look like they look like a different team. They look better than they look like in game 1. And sometimes coming home, getting back to your wife or your girl or your kids or your dog or your apartment, your place, and realizing, hey, one game at a time, got to take this one game. Like right now, they've come out with the right energy. So they got to stay healthy tonight. They got to keep hitting shots tonight, rebounding with the right energy. It's a long game. You can't win the game in the first quarter. So let me lock in on this first quarter as it's coming to an end. We'll take a break here and we'll line up more calls. So we can keep it to the Knicks and John Sterling and the Yankees. I've got a ton of Yankees to add to this show. I've got a ton of Mets conversation to add to this show. And obviously the Mets and Yankees are off. We'll talk baseball. We'll talk about what's coming up in June. I've got some events and some things I'd like to share with you as well. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. Dial 888-808-1019. We'll be back right after this. Yo, the lights are cutting off. I'm trying to watch the game like I was saying. Let me do this first. Let me go back to where I was at like 7:45 in the chat. This all started with Sal saying, in his honest opinion, the Mets with Cohen would sign Soto, and Yankee fans didn't want to hear that, calling them a trash franchise instead of a new sheriff at ownership. Yeah, he's a new George Steinbrenner, right? Dude's on a speakerphone, bruh. People always call up and they don't have a line right, and I'm like, it doesn't sound good for us. Let's see. I think I was a little further along. No hate directed to you, Keith, at all. I appreciate you and your energy. You're the true generational talent. Yankees 27, Mets 2. Enough said. And put the years. Talking to the guy in the chat, Keith, not you. I'm old, remember it. Okay. Hey, you guys put stuff in the chat. I'm bringing it up here and I'm addressing it in between breaks like that. Right. So here we're going back to when John Sterling was on. NBA draft lottery seems luck. But it does seem rigged because they need to keep that Dallas market engaged, and they lost Luka, and now they're going to get Cooper Flagg. Not for nothing, with the conversation about the Yankees not winning, they win every year. They just haven't won the World Series. So your kids have been able to watch 100-win teams, 90-win teams, trips to the postseason a lot more than they have not. And they did get to watch the Yankees in the World Series last year. It was a nightmare, but they still were there and they have a good chance of being there again this year. Russell Jones says, love listening to you bring the Yankee energy to a station filled with Mets fans. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. It's balance. That's when I say I bring balance to the force. I listen to the station, I'm like, they need me to talk this. How many superstars have come to the Mets and performed the same or better than their previous teams? Soto and maybe Beltran. That's it. You can't say Soto yet. Soto's the opposite. Performed the same or better. He hasn't performed the same. He's been worse. Great hearing John Sterling. Thank you. John Sterling, respect. John Sterling is the GOAT. How awesome for you, bro. John has never declined an opportunity to come on my show. He's the man, yo. I can't say enough about that dude and what he means. I know I was trying to get him to do his home run call. He wouldn't do it. Let me see if I can fix these lights. Okay, that's a dimmer. All right. Now I'm going to get the push-ups going in here. Why not? Today was chest day. Push-up bars. We're going to get it in tonight. It's eventually going to be hot. We're going to get it going. It's eventually going to be pool time. Knicks have to win tonight. Okay, this is where I'll come back to. Good drop, Nick. Nick at night producing. Nick Theodoro, my producer tonight. He was with me last night. Does a great job here when he's here. Good to see you, Nick. Good to see you, bro. Anyway, watching the Knicks game, the Pacers did make a little bit of a run here. They're down 27-23 now in the second quarter. As I say that, Knicks bucket 29-23. I'm going to bring some Yankee topics to the table because we got to do the Yankee conversation and then we'll do the Mets conversation before this Knicks game ends and we get calls and reaction from the New York Knicks fan. 888-808-1019. Keep McPherson on the fan. Thinking about where the Yankees are headed next. One, I want to start with the story that popped up around Giancarlo Stanton, who is supposed to be in Tampa. Now, I don't know, when this, quote came about, but with Stanton, the Yankees got these AL pennant rings. They won the American League last year. But you know what? Like, we're not celebrating that around here. This is New York and the 27-time champion New York Yankees. And, yeah, they ended the World Series drought as far as appearances go, but that's not good enough. We act like, it's funny. Like, I had Dave Sims on with me. And when I even mentioned losing the World Series, he stopped me dead in my tracks to be like, well, you act like that's not. They made it to the World Series. Obviously, him coming out of Seattle, calling all those Mariners games, Mariner fans been waiting for that. So, okay, there's these shiny gold American League rings that the Yankees got. And Giancarlo Stanton told the team, I better not see you guys wearing these around. Here's how I feel about it. One, I think I told you after the performance that Stanton had last year in the postseason, winning a game in the DS against the Royals with that home run he hit, then obviously hitting home runs. He was the ALCS MVP. He had more than one home run in the World Series. All of that, great. But the way that I feel about it with Stanton, nobody's talking about his contract anymore, but he's making a lot of money. Nobody is mentioning the money that he's making right now and, him not being here. But I think it's because obviously, Ben Rice has been able to DH and, there's other bats that have emerged. But, there was a point in time where, Stanton showed up to spring training, not ready for spring training. And we were a little disappointed in him. One, because we were saying the Yankees need a bat. The Yankees need another bat. The Yankees need a bat. And one of the more lethal bats wasn't ready to swing the bat. And we were saying, why didn't you say something? Okay, if this pains you in October, why didn't you get the procedure done then? How long is this going to be? Stanton is out. Cole is out. Heel is out. Oh, no. When the Yankees lost to the Diamondbacks, they blew that first game and then they lost the second game. Stanton also addressed the team and he told the team, we don't get swept at home. And me, I'm like, what are you talking about? You got swept at home last year by the Reds during 4th of July weekend. What are you saying? It was fireworks and all that. You got swept by Ellie De La Cruz. I was at that first game. What are you saying? And I also was a little worried. Here's one for the Met fan. I was like, if you claim that we don't get swept at home and this now hits the press because all the players felt good about not being swept and the Mets come here in May and sweep us with Juan Soto, what say you then? I know Stanton is not captain like Judge, but he's a veteran. He's a former MVP, multiple-time all-star leader of the team. So his words carry weight. But I need to see this guy get back. I need to see this guy in the lineup. It's going to take him a little while to get going. I don't mind all the talk about we don't get swept at home because it's setting the right tone, right? Stanton is in year 8 as a Yankee. It's setting the right tone for these young guys, Yorbit Vivas, Oswald Peraza, Ben Rice, Will Warren. Like, it's setting the right tone for these young guys. But I'm like, dude, you're not playing. So Stanton goes on to say, this isn't the one we wanted, boys, about these American League Championship rings. And we know that. We know that. So the Yankees got these rings, and of course, people have used it. Someone sent it to me to troll me. I'm like, what does this have to do with me? I'm not getting one of these rings, and I don't care. Like, if I never knew that they got these rings, whatever. But all it is creating a storyline because the Yankees are rolling. They're looking like they're going to be the favorite to come out of the American League. I'm not sleeping on the Tigers. I'm aware of the Detroit Tigers. But remember when Aaron Judge had that ad with the, Jordan ring on, and he was mocked for that, right? Jordan had the picture of all of his rings, which took up a whole hand. And Judge recreated it when he signed with Jordan Brand, and he had the one ring, and it was the Jordan logo. And it just was like, come on, somebody should have stepped in to be like, Judge, don't do this. Now they actually have an American League pennant ring. And there's a whole article, shout out to Brian Hoke, about how, pride mixed with anguish. Yankees receive AL championship rings with eyes on World Series rematch in LA. Ryan Yarbrough will get his World Series ring this weekend as the Yankees head to Chavez Ravine, Vin Scully Ave. Shout out to Jonah, who mentioned Vin Scully, who went to Fordham. Vin Scully, another GOAT. I can't wait for this Dodgers series. But I've got more on that. Let's get back to the phones. There are Knicks fans that are watching the game and calling as, I've seen Brunson go down. Now I just saw OG Anunoby hold his hamstring. And something I said is they got to stay healthy through this. They the good start, but they got to stay healthy through this game. This is the most important game right now. Can't lose on your home floor. They made a little bit of a run, but the Pacers have withstood that run and kept it somewhat close. They're down 8. Let's hear from Mel out on Long Island and see what Mel is seeing. What's up, Mel?
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Hey, what up, brother? First time caller.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I listen to the panel all the time, literally all day long. And I'm sitting here watching this Knicks game. And they're doing all right so far, but I'll be honest with you, Cat definitely has to have a bigger game in order for these guys to win. I'm watching him post up topping, and he's struggling to post up topping. I mean, come on, you're giving up at least 30 pounds. This should be a piece of cake. Oh,
not with that bum knee. Not with that knee feeling a little weak.
Yeah, the knee is weak, but I think him as a whole person, I mean, he's a great offensive player, but when it comes to defense, that's his biggest weakness. He plays too far off the ball.
Yeah, and they know that. They know that could be a liability. I'm looking at the box score, and I seen him. I just saw him complaining about a call. He's got 12 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist. He's a plus 14 in the game, though, which is the highest plus minus of anybody on the Knicks.
But also, as I watch him drive, because I'm a player myself, I watch him drive. He looks pretty clumsy as he's driving, and that's why he's not really getting the calls that he thinks he deserves. He has to get stronger,
He's
Getting so far.
Yeah, and I give him a little bit of respect for doing it on a bum knee. Maybe he ate a sensu bean. Maybe they shot him up. Maybe he's just, running off adrenaline right now. What I will say is halftime will come and they'll sit down and he'll have to fire it back up for the second half. He needs to have a great first half.
Yeah. And that's what I'm looking for. The second half, when they need him the most. And also I noticed about him, and I don't even really necessarily stuff on him. He's the last one off the court, which is at a disadvantage. Even when he's shooting the three-pointer, he should be the first one back.
Yeah.
The last one across the line. Now, to get across, the offense has already gotten into motion.
They know that. In the last game, they had Tom Thibodeau, yelling like, you got to get back, you got to run, you can't jog. And if the knee hurts and he's already a big fella, he's not really the fleetest of foot. That's a liability.
Now, here's the question for next season: what do we do if they win or lose? How do we get past the hump? Because if he has a bum knee or whatever, it's not going to get better by next season.
His knee will get better, but yeah, I don't know. He's who you have. Thanks for the call, Mel. You had Isaiah Hartenstein, who is now on OKC and in the NBA Finals, you weren't able to pay him. He's gone. You need to get somebody else. Mitchell Robinson is great for what he does. They need another big. They need another guy coming off the bench. Maybe Cat play the 4 and somebody. I don't know. I like when I say you have who you have, they went out to get Cat. Like they added him to this team, knowing who he was. His game is not going to miraculously change in a year. His knee should be healthy next year, but I'm looking at a guy that I think is compromised. I don't know how much so, but I'm just like, I'm not looking at Cat like he's completely healthy. Anyway, to finish my thoughts on the, it's funny the timing of this Yankees American League pennant ring hitting our timelines because the Yankees are about to go face the team that defeated them in the World Series, the Los Angeles Dodgers. Carlos Rodon has been rolling, and, Carlos Rodon called the AL championship ring the first losers, says it represents being the first loser. So yeah, there's pictures out there of this championship ring. American League champions is not good enough. And I'm glad they have that mentality. I really do feel like this Yankees team, obviously there's some new pieces, but the core of this Yankees team went through that run last year and then lost last year in that fashion. And it stuck with them through the offseason. It has stuck with them through this early part of the season. And they seem to be on a war path to avenge that, whether it is the Dodgers or anyone else coming out of the National League. Maybe it's the Mets. And he who shall not be named was on that team. And the image of him sitting in the dugout, staring out at the Dodgers as they were celebrating, a lot of us thought, hey, this guy wants to come back and chase this dream with this team, wants to see if they can meet again. No, I think that guy knew he was done and he was out of there. But that was an emotional night for the Yankees. There were reports of players sobbing and crying in the clubhouse. And from what I know about the Yankees, like they have like when they win, they turn on the music and the lights, and it's a club environment, and they do awards and they talk about performance and what guys did in the game. And I think it was none of that, obviously, in Game 5 of the World Series. Cat is balling. I don't know what Mel was really on. Cat, for a guy on one leg, now I'm watching him. I can't pick on Cat. For a guy on one leg, he's getting to the rack, and he's always fouled. Because of his size, they don't call the ticky-tack fouls on. There's always contact. That's a lot of contact. I think they just called the and one on him. I'm not looking at Cat right now. Yeah, he's at the line. I'm not looking at Cat right now like he's not doing his thing. Cat, I'm pretty sure right now is leading all scorers. And he's having a big first half. But I am interested to see once he sits down what that knee is like, what he's feeling like. And early on in this game, we can see the bench minutes. Josh Hart didn't start again. He's got 11 minutes. Miles McBride has 8 minutes. DeLon Wright and Landry Shamet have already gotten 6 minutes in. So they're sticking with those rotations. But yeah, Karl-Anthony Towns leads all scorers with 15. Karl-Anthony Towns being a Jersey kid whose mom is a Knicks fan, and him understanding the culture and him understanding the fan base and all that. Bodega Cat. You knew he was playing tonight, and you know he's going to play hard tonight, even if he's in pain. And they're not going to go out without a fight. So it's a good game right now. Knicks are up 46-34 with 5 minutes left in the second half to get to halftime. But 888-808-1019, taking your calls on what you're seeing. I'm sure at halftime we'll get more calls from the Knick fan, but I'm still planting some seeds for the Yankee fan and getting to the Met fan. When I was talking about he who shall not be mentioned, like Voldemort, that's how I'm going to refer to the generational. Because anytime that I mention number 22 for the New York Metropolitans, people think it's me. I think it's hilarious, right? Like if I make content on social media about this player who I've met, who I've been around, who I watched all last year, and now I'm watching this year, like, let me take a step back. My job is to watch the Mets and the Yankees. I'm a Yankee fan. I've always watched the Yankees. But now I'm watching the Mets. I told you I've listened to Howie Rose and Keith Rad and Pat McCarthy. These guys call the Mets games. And I'm watching these games, and I'm watching the White Sox game, and I'm watching the White Sox series, and Juan Soto, we're past the Subway Series. Juan Soto, we're so far past the decision to not come back to the Yankees. It really doesn't have anything to do with the Yankees, but I feel like Yankee fans can't comment without people feeling like we're obsessed or we won't let it go. The whole baseball world is doing it. A couple days ago, the Nationals won, and they put out a post on MLB, and they said the players from the Juan Soto trade won the game. Juan Soto was third in American League MVP voting last year. Juan Soto is was one of the top 5 players in baseball. He's got the largest contract in the history of sports. Everybody is wondering what is wrong with the guy. Now, from my own personal vantage point, right? Last year in May, I got to sit in for Susan Waldman and call a couple Yankee games. The first one, and let me go back to the box score because I have this in my notes. The first one, and this is why I talk about Juan Soto. Like, this is why I bet on Juan Soto. This is why I know Juan Soto is going to figure out, but there's an adjustment period that's taken longer than most of us expected. And I'm sure it's run its course. It's too long for the Met fan that's so ready to be like, this is the guy. This is who we paid for. Here's the return on investment. See, we do have Juan Soto in his prime. But the first game, Nestor Cortez pitched against the Chicago White Sox. Juan Soto went 1 for 4 with a strikeout. And in my head, I knew the next day that he would come back and he would do more than that. So that first game against the White Sox last year, the Yankees won 4-2. But Juan Soto, that wasn't a good enough day for him. Striking out once, only having 1 knock, needed to do more. So then I barely sleep that Friday night. I come back for the Saturday game, and I'm in there. And Juan Soto goes 4 for 4 with 3 RBI and 2 homers. 1 in the first inning and another one in the 5th inning. He went crazy against the White Sox in Yankee Stadium last year. Let's go back to his performance. And I know they're different teams. I know they're different years. But, it's just things that we can compare. And I don't know if anybody else has brought this up on the Fan. When Juan Soto went to Chicago, right? He just faced the White Sox in New York. They're one of the worst teams in baseball back-to-back years. He goes hitless against them. Okay, when the Yankees, and similar to how the Yankees lost that first game to the Colorado Rockies on Friday, it's like, oh, well, a lot of us said, well, they lost that first game to the White Sox. I said, they didn't just lose. They got smoked by 10 runs, 12-2 against the White Sox. Well, in that first game against the White Sox at guaranteed low rate field, Juan Soto went 0 for 2 with 3 walks. 3 walks? Not good enough in a game that the Yankees lose by 10 runs and only score 2. So in my mind, I knew, okay, Juan Soto, he's not going to let that happen again. Juan Soto is going to come to the ballpark. He's going to be ready to go. And what did Juan Soto do the following day against the same Chicago White Sox? 3 hits. He goes 3 for 4 with 4 RBI and 1 walk. He hit 3 home runs. 1 in the 3rd inning, 1 in the 5th inning, 1 in the 7th inning. He won the game himself. This is why I tell the Met fan, he will win games for you. This is why I tell the Met fan, just wait. I've seen it. Now, I can't come up with a rhyme or reason why, like at this point going into June this weekend, Juan Soto's numbers are so far down. Let's see where his numbers were, at this time. It doesn't matter. I don't have to do that because we know they were better. We know they were better. But I have seen the version of Juan Soto that can take over a game, dominate pitchers, put a team on his back, and that's going to come at some point for the Mets. I just don't know why it hasn't come yet, what exactly it is. We can say all these different things, and that's what it is. Everybody's talking about his family and the decision, and we're so far away from the decision being made in November. We're so far away from months have gone by. This has something to do with whatever is going on the day-to-day basis right now with the New York Mets. This has to do with that clubhouse, that manager, I guess the hitting coach. Mets fans are mad at Eric Chavez. That has to do with what is going on day to day now. And sure, can we say that Juan Soto's making more money than he's ever made and his life has changed and there's a lot of pressure? Yeah, but there's always pressure. He's playing for the Yankees last year, hitting in front of Aaron Judge on a team that's expected to go to the World Series. Like, there was pressure then too. And he was making millions last year too. Okay, he was making what, 30, 31 million last year? Okay. Somebody call me and tell me, what is it now? As I've thought about it, he who shall not be named, but now he's being named. As I've thought about it over and over and over again, and I heard Evan and Tiki today talking about Lindor, and it's funny, they brought up the audio of Lindor. Lindor sounded like a completely different guy talking about, a raccoon. I thought I'd never seen a New York rat. I'm like, this guy, I forgot about that. I mean, I didn't forget, but I'm like, when I heard it, I'm like, this guy actually told the New York media he had never seen a New York rat, and that's what him and Jeff McNeil were talking about. Like, come on, bro. But this is not Lindor. Lindor was traded here. Similar to how Juan Soto was traded to being a Yankee, right? Traded to the Yankees. And then I hear from the Met fan that he never wanted to be a Yankee. Well, he looked comfortable. The pinstripes weren't heavy for him. These Mets pinstripes are. 888-808-1019. This is not a Lindor situation. Lindor, Moneybag Cohen threw money at him, and of course he's got to take that deal. He got traded here. But he was coming from the Cleveland Indians. They had won 22 games in a row that year. Or like he went to the World Series. Just last year, they asked Lindor what he missed about Cleveland. He said winning. And then the Mets started winning, and they're winning this year. And all is going to be fine. Juan Soto is going to come along. But I can't say it's a situation about adjusting to New York, because he was in New York all of last year with the A team. He was on the Yankees. He went to the World Series. He didn't flinch for a second. So what is it? I think what it is him adjusting to the fact that he was on the Yankees, the other New York team. And now he's still in New York on the Mets, having to hear it, having to deal with it, having to talk to the same New York media. And I don't think he really estimated how heavy all of that would be. 888-808-1019. It's 9 o'clock. We got to go to the break and the update. It's almost halftime. We'll talk about the Knicks at half. We'll talk about Juan Soto, he who shall not be named, but I'm going to keep naming him. And we'll talk about the Yankees as well. Keep McPherson on the fan. I'll be right back. What's up, man? How are you?
Hey, what's going on, man? How are you?
Just juggling the game, and then obviously my notes and whatnot from the Yankees' success and Juan Soto's lack of success, and seeing what people think about it. People are super mad and upset about it. But it plays into the rivalry. You're a Met fan?
No, I'm a Yankee fan.
Okay, you're a Yankee fan, so you saw it. I just was going through, take the White Sox, for example. He had 3 home runs in that first or that second game against the White Sox. After the Yankees lost, who came in and decided we're not losing the series to these guys? He hit 3 home runs, had all the RBI, won the game himself. I got to sit in for Susan Wallman when the White Sox came to Yankee Stadium last year. He had 2 home runs in the second game against, and it's the White Sox. Like, a guy like Juan Soto is supposed to dominate one of the worst teams in the league, and he went hitless against them.
Guess who just called us? I think accidentally. Bob Costas.
Really?
Yeah.
You just talked to Bob Costas?
No. His name came up on the screen here, Bob Costas.
He thought he was dialing something else.
And I had his number, so I checked to see if that was him. That was him. When I picked up, it was like
Bob
he was kind of like moving around a little bit, almost like he put us.
He accidentally called the WFAN bat phone.
After like 6 seconds.
That's funny. Bob is done. Didn't Bob retire from calling baseball games?
Don't give it all away here at the end of the. Damn it.
Let me pull up the play-by-play.
52:45. 52. Oh, the computer is faster than the TV. Knicks are going to score here.
Yeah, 56.
Oh, they're really behind.
It's 56-45, so the Knicks are going to get another bucket. They're going to get a stop here. And another bucket. Good.
At 9:01 on Gordon Damer, the Sports Flash is sponsored by Mercedes-Benz of Morristown. Only 13 teams down 3-1 have ever rallied to win an NBA playoff series. All 13 started their comeback with a Game 5 win. Knicks trying to do that tonight at the Garden, and so far, so good. Knicks a strong opening half. They lead it 56-45 as they are now at the half. Knicks came out roaring right off the bat. Karl Anthony Towns, 17 points in that opening half after being listed as questionable because of that knee contusion. Jalen Brunson also a strong opening half with 14 for the Knicks, who again lead it at the half, 56-45. If the Knicks win tonight, Game 6 would be back in Indiana on Saturday. Yankees and Mets both with the night off. Meanwhile, the Liberty trying to stay undefeated. Right now, they have a 1-point lead on the Valkyries, 78-77, as they play late in the fourth quarter there. Stanley Cup playoffs, Oilers trying to finish off the Stars tonight. Edmonton a 3-1 lead after one in Dallas. New Islanders GM Matthew Darsh, he made his first big decision today. Patrick Roy will remain as the Islanders head coach. It's 66 degrees and raining in Central Park, and that's what's happening. I'm Gordon Damer.
Yes, sir. Rolling right along here. A little bit after 9 p.m. on the Fan in New York. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host, taking calls, talking sports. The Knicks are rolling. Good first half. And it looked like, as I'm sitting here with Gordon Damer, and we're refreshing the ESPN.com score, which is ahead of the live score on TNT. You know, it looked like the Knicks were about to give away the lead a little bit. And they got a couple stops and a couple buckets. And here we are at half, 56-45 Knicks. Let's take a look at the team stats. Let's look at some of the box score and individual performances as well. So the Knicks are shooting much better than the Pacers, 51% compared to 37.5%. The Pacers have hit more threes, but they've taken more threes. They're 7 of 18 from deep. The Knicks are 5 of 14. Free throw percentage, Knicks are at 100, 5 out of 5. Pacers are at 72.7, have hit 8 out of 11. Rebounds, advantage goes to the Knicks with 25, 20 of those being defensive rebounds. 18 rebounds for the Pacers. Assists are pretty even. Pacers have the advantage, 11 assists to 10. Steals are pretty even. Pacers have the advantage, 4-3. Blocks, block party for the Pacers. They have 5. The Knicks don't have any. Total turnovers, Knicks have 7 compared to their 6. Fast break points, Pacers have 7 compared to the Knicks 6. Points in the paint. 32 points for the Knicks, 14 for the Pacers. That's a good recipe for success, and the Knicks' largest lead tonight has been 14 points. The Pacers have not led at all in this game. 888-808-1019. If you're watching the Knicks game and you're taking a break at half, if you're driving and you were listening, you want to hear some conversation, you want to hear some people talk about the game, we're doing that. People in my chat are pumped up. Let's go Knicks. Richie says, why does Bridges shoot like, he says Bridges shoots like a 5-year-old. He changed his form. He's trying. He's trying. So I think this is what's really important here. How they finish, how they close. When you go into half and you're up, don't get complacent. You go into half up 11, you go into half and that knee gets tight, you go into half, you got to stay loose. You know what I'm saying? Like they got to come out, maybe do the layup lines. Finish this one. Finish this one. You force a game 6, you go back to Indy. You were favored in the game, -4.5. So they're not really expecting it to get too crazy close. And like I said, I was saying from the beginning, the Pacers have to get back on that flight tonight no matter what. And if you continue to put your foot on their throats, if you continue to apply pressure, they are not going to have that killer instinct. They are going to let human nature sink into their brains and their actions and their bodies and say, okay, yeah, there you go. You guys got your second one. But now you got to go back to Gainbridge Fieldhouse and see if you can stop us in our building. And that's when the Knicks fan will really start to believe again, because it's like, hey, if we can duplicate what we did in Game 5 on the road, where we played better on the road, and force a Game 7 back here, series is not over. So, man, basketball is amazing. The NBA playoffs are always fun. I think tonight I came in here and I was telling you, this is not going to be TNT's last broadcast with Reggie Miller. Don't let it be Reggie Miller celebrating and the Pacers celebrating in the Garden. Don't let him go out like that. I also told you the NBA doesn't want this. The NBA doesn't want the Eastern Conference Finals to end in a gentleman's sweep and then having a week off until the finals start on June 5th. I can't speak to the advantage that the whistle has given one side or the other. I didn't read that, but fouls. The Pacers have 8 fouls. The Knicks have 7. It's hard with no sound on and also hosting a show and looking at a bunch of other things from articles to internet and live chats and stuff to see, how much the officials have affected the game so far. I expect that to be a factor late in this game. But either way, so far, very good. The Knicks have 11-point lead. I think that's their largest lead they've had at the half in this series. They have an 11-point lead. Seal the deal. Come out with intensity in the third quarter, and they'll pack it up in the fourth quarter, and they'll be ready to go back home. Aaron Nesmith has 0 points. Aaron Nesmith, the hero, who all of us have said, many people have said, he's not going to have another quarter like he had in that first game. He's also dealing with an ankle. He's a -9. The leading scorer for the Pacers is Pascal Siakam with 9. They don't have anyone in double digits. The Knicks, on the other hand, have Karl-Anthony Towns with 17. He's a +17 in the game. Leading all scorers with the best plus-minus. Jalen Brunson has 14 points, but he's also got 3 assists, leading the Knicks in assists. Passing the ball and shooting the ball. What did I say in my haiku? Jalen Brunson must shoot the ball and pass the ball. He's got 2 threes. He's only shot 3, so he's 2 out of 3 from deep. So far, so good. Off the bench, Josh Hart has 5. OG Anunoby has 6. And other than that, Mikal Bridges has 4. Mitchell Robinson has 4. Miles McBride and Landry Shamet each have 3. Very interested in seeing how they come out in this third quarter. Can't give the Pacers life. Cannot let the Pacers believe that they can end it tonight. I hate to bring it up, but that's what the Yankees did. When, the Yankees got about halfway through Game 5, here comes the 5th inning, and they gave the Dodgers life. And then once the Dodgers had a little bit of life, they believed they could come back and win the game, and that's exactly what they did. The Yankees did not seal the deal. They did not play like a team facing elimination, and they left that back door open, and the Dodgers all ran through it and ended their season. The Knicks cannot let the same thing happen to them. Speaking of the Dodgers, the Dodgers in the regular season came to Yankee Stadium last year, and Juan Soto didn't play in that series, and the Yankees lost the first 2 games, and Teoscar Hernandez was a star. The New York Post wrote Teoscar the Grouch, right? He was a grouch to the Yankees and Yankee fans in that series. I expect him to be the same. He's a guy that they had mic'd up. He's a guy that says he relishes, in these moments. He plays up when the lights are brightest. What a story for him, on a 1-year deal with the Dodgers, winning a World Series and coming back to them. And I always compared Teoscar Hernandez and Juan Soto, right? Because I say, what if the Yankees won the World Series? Would that have changed Juan Soto's free agency? Would that have changed Juan Soto's feelings towards the team? Or would he have said, you brought me in to do the job. I'm still taking the highest offer. Teoscar Hernandez, I thought his free agency would be impacted by Juan Soto, them both being outfielders, whatever. It didn't. But I always remember Teoscar Hernandez taking the mic at the end of the Dodgers parade and how emotional he was. And then also him holding out and making sure he came back to the Dodgers because that's where he wanted to be And, this is a guy that played for the Mariners, played for the Blue Jays, and won a World Series with the Dodgers and went back to the Dodgers. He's been great for them. He has been great. Let's get back to the phones here. It's Yankee calls. It's Soto calls, and that's perfectly fine. I think we will get a flood of Knicks calls in about an hour, hour and a half when this game is done. Tom is in Englewood, New Jersey. Tom, you're on the fan.
Yo, what up, Keith? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. Hey, before I talk Soto, just shout out the Jersey Shore Conference. Love that you played QB1 at Ocean Township. Played my ball in Alton, so represent. Love that you're, repping our territory on the fan, man.
Of course. Shout out to the Braves. I don't think we ever played you guys in football. I think I might have went to track meet there, but yeah, Shore Conference all day, every day.
Yeah, man. Hey, I got to bust your balls, dude. Like, always talking Soto. These Mets and Yankees fans are crazy. I think what it comes down to is Mark Vientos, dude. Like, Juan Soto is not playing well right now. I think he's going to pick it up. With the Mets, I think overall, Vientos, Nimmo really struggling. They got to pick it up. And Soto's just, he's getting the brunt of it. He deserves it. He's making, I don't know, $1 billion. So, like, it is what it is. But it's all overblown. I think he's gonna end the season strong. And let's go Mets, baby.
Thanks for the call, Tom. Yeah, you can't bust my balls. This is my job, and social media is part of my job. I'm going to talk about Juan Soto. He's the leading story. If it bleeds, it leads, and he's bleeding out. He is just the easiest thing to talk about when you're talking about Mets and Yankee fans. Yankee fans obviously have an interest and care, and he's on the Mets, and he's not performing like he did with the Yankees last year. But, as we do shift to the Mets conversation, and I did have a few things in my notes about the Mets, I think if you're a Met fan, the way that you go to sleep at night and you don't, let this bother you is the fact that you are winning games, right? This Mets team did pick up where they left off last year. They play well at home, and everything is still right in front of you. The division is still right in front of you. The postseason is right in front of you, despite Juan Soto not being Juan Soto as advertised or as he's been the rest of, the beginning of his career. You are 2.5 games back out of first place, but when Juan Soto does turn it on and things click all the way, there's this theory out there, like Mark Vientos said it. He's like, if this is what we're doing, if this is how we're playing right now when we're not doing that great, we're winning, like what happens when we're playing our best? And there will come a time. Baseball is going to baseball. But, when you add Mark Vientos in there, Mark Vientos showed up. He hit a homer. Mark Vientos homered in the game yesterday. And Mark Vientos, he's a younger guy. It's his second real year on the scene. He's not making anywhere near what Juan Soto is making. But he's only got 2 less homers than Juan Soto, and his batting average is 11 points higher. But when we're talking about, batting average, the thing that is kind of worrisome with this Mets team, and it's going to change. It's about to be June. MLB's lowest average with runners in scoring position. The Mets rank 4th behind the White Sox, who they just faced. And it was crazy, right? They gave up runs to the White Sox in the first inning. Every game of the White Sox battle, they actually did cash in. But they are in the company of the White Sox at 1, batting 206. The Orioles at 2, batting 207. The Rangers batting 210. In 3rd, the Mets are 4th, batting 211, and then the Rockies batting 212 with runners in scoring position. They're better than all of those teams. They're in better standing than all of those teams. And they're about to face one of those teams in the Rockies who they should be able to turn it around against. The Yankees had a 10-run inning against the Rockies. The Mets can sweep the Rockies. And if Juan Soto plays a factor in that, then, you just kind of go away from all this conversation about it. It is what it is. 888-808-1019. Mike is in Elmwood Park on the fan next. What's up, Mike?
Yo, Keith, Mikey O, 203.
Yes, sir.
What did you ever do with your Louis Seal card that I gave you?
So
Special?
Yes. So I have and I don't do enough content, but I have like a room in my apartment that is just for calls and live streams, and it's up there in a safe spot. Yeah.
Excellent. I hope our boy comes back soon. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. Yankee baseball, of course, but yeah, I grew up playing hockey. I was a hockey goalie. My father and me, we never watched basketball whatsoever. My father's 82. We watched the game the other night. We were going nuts because we never watched it before. But I said before game 4, and this is a non-basketball guy. I said they need better defense, and I think I proved myself right on that. But anyway, I don't want to get on the next Yankee baseball.
Okay.
Soto.
Okay.
Soto had the luxury of batting between Judge, Stanton. I mean, what does he have now? He has nothing.
I mean, he had Glaber batting in front of him last year with Judge behind him. This year he has Lindor in front of him and Alonso behind him. You could argue that's just as good. Lindor's better than Glaber.
And they shifted it around, but again, I just think he felt that he was more protected there, and here it's inconsistent. It's very inconsistent with them as team. Again, I'm so happy that we got rid of him, and what we got in return, it's not even funny.
But that's the thing, Mike, and appreciate the call, CN203. It is funny. We are laughing about it. Yankee fans are getting a little giggle out of the fact that, like, we didn't pay this guy $760 and the Mets did more. We didn't give this guy a luxury suite, security detail, a wardrobe for his mom. Could you imagine? Yankee fans would be booing this man. Mets fans are. If Juan Soto was performing like this after the year he put up last year, if he was putting up these numbers, which he wouldn't, hitting in front of Judge, hitting in this lineup with who knows who would have been in the lineup. But I don't think he would be struggling like this with the Yankees. But we are laughing. It is funny, right? To say it's not even funny, actually, it is funny. I talk to so many Yankee fans that are loving it, that are getting an absolute kick out of it. And like I said earlier, we know it's not forever. Let us enjoy it while it lasts. The initial pop of Juan Soto as a Met has been a dud. And that has worked out great for us. Let me get a Knicks call in before the second half starts. Will is in New Jersey on the fan. What's up, Will?
Hey, Keith, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Let me just say, as a Knicks fan, lifelong Knicks fan, normally I watch the games with my dad at home, but I'm not. I got to be door dashing tonight. I got to make a little extra money. But listening to you on during this Knicks game, even though we're just getting updates here and there, miles better than listening to Reggie Miller, and I'm sure most Knicks fans can agree. Miles better than listening to him tell me about how great Tyrese Halliburton is and all the flaws throughout Knicks history. Just want to say I appreciate that. At least we have a New Yorker on there talking instead of Reggie Miller.
You got it. Thanks for the call, Will. I guess, and with CarPlay and plugging in your phone, you could plug in the TNT app or HBO Max app and hear Reggie Miller and who else is it? Harlan and Van Gundy on the call. But the radio call is Pat O'Keefe and Monica McNutt, and they're young and they're good. And I'm sure people are in the car listening to that. If you're a Knicks fan, and I'm doing my best. I always call it like a ride along. I have the TV on, and if I can give you little updates of what I'm seeing, and then also go to the box score and keep you posted that way, sure. But I think any diehard Knicks fan that really lives and dies with his team, if you're not working or driving, you got to be watching this thing. You got to be somewhere watching this thing. But you could also watch with the radio on. It's 2025. There's technology. You could have the Bluetooth. You could have speaker, AirPods, whatever you feel. But thank you for the call, Will. I'm glad you've chosen to, get a game 5 through my eyes and my word picture and my vantage point. 888-808-1019. Still talking Yankees, Dodgers coming up. If you live in Brooklyn or you're just in New York, I'm hoping that the rain holds off. We're doing a watch party Saturday, 6 o'clock. At the BK Backyard in Brooklyn, it is an outside like tailgate backyard style bar with benches and games. And, we're doing a live show before the game. It'll be myself, Alex Day, Ask Kate, and the Makeshift Project. If you're a TikTok or Instagram person, you probably know those people. If not, you might not know them. They're not TV and radio guys. They're big online. But we're doing a talk show, or not a talk show. We're doing a dating game show. We're doing a live show, like a pregame show. The 9-9 challenge. There's going to be a dunk tank. There's just going to be all of these different activations going on as we watch the Yankees take on the Dodgers. And assuming the Knicks seal the deal tonight, that'll force a game 6 on Saturday. So we'll have Yankees Dodgers on out there as well as the Knicks game. It's just going to be a whole party, and it's an outdoor bar. There's some tents and there's some ways to keep dry out there. But yeah, check out my social media or search BK Backyard for the link. It's $10 to get into the venue, only because it doesn't have space for unlimited people to just walk in there. And we all are promoting it. But I'm so excited for it because I just know it's going to be a lot of Yankee fans. I know there's a lot of Yankee fans that want some get back against the Dodgers. And instead of watching from home, it's a West Coast game. It's at 7:15. We're going to have a good group of people together for that in Brooklyn. Let me know online if you need the link, or, just message me. My DMs are open on Instagram, not so much on Twitter, but I'm live right now. Where you can pull up in the chat. Let's see in the chat. Chris Corbino says, being on during the Knicks game must lower your ratings even more, if that's even possible. Like, that's a hater comment. Somebody please post my ratings. Somebody tag me with where you can find my ratings, whether you're going back to 21, 22, 23, 24, or now 25. Let me know. Let me see them. Put them out for public consumption, right? My ratings are so low. Please share them with all of us where we all could see. At Keith_McPherson on Twitter, at Keith McPherson everywhere else. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Yehuda in Connecticut on the fan. What's up, bro?
Hey, Keith, what's up?
Hanging out, talking the talk.
Good. I have 2 questions for you today. First one is, do you think it's important for the Yankees to beat the Dodgers, or it makes no difference?
I would not like to see this streak of winning series end at the hands of the Dodgers. You know what I'm saying? That would suck, because that would just give – go on.
Yeah, also if we come to them in the World Series again, it's going to be like they ended our streak and we just lose to them. So it would be nice if we win them.
It just means a little bit more. Thanks for the call, bro. It's just like, you don't want this streak to end at 7 where the Dodgers will get that kind of bragging rights over us. I've talked about how I'm not going out there. I went there in 2019, and their fans go hard. This is going to be a top ticket. I know a month ago, my sister lives in West Hollywood, and she was posting on her Instagram, hey, anybody want to come to Dodger Stadium with me? And a month ago, the lowest ticket was $118. I should look at that now. Does it mean anything if the Yankees lose to the Dodgers? No. In the grand scheme of things, no. But I'm sure they want some get back. It'll be the first time that they've gone out there since they thought they were going to go out there for a game 6. So I always make the joke that they had 1 foot in the air going back to Cali, and that got cut short. What I'll say is I said this earlier, the Yankees are a different team. The Dodgers, they're a slightly different team, but they're facing a different Yankees team. There is no scouting report about the Yankees defense. Just put the ball in play and they'll have self-inflicted wounds. And, this is a different lineup. There are multiple guys in this lineup that did not play against the Dodgers last year. You heard John Sterling, and I was trying to get a call out of John Sterling. If you missed John Sterling, I know we're halfway through my 5-hour show. John was on with us from 7:40 to 7:54-ish. I was trying to get a call out of him for Ben Rice and Trent Grisham, who were on the postseason roster but did not play last year. The Dodgers will see them. They'll also see Paul Goldschmidt. You think Cody Bellinger is not going to have a little bit of a homecoming and want to play well there? Of course he is. I just think it's going to be a different vibe. It's going to be a different look. And the Yankees historically have played well there. I told you when I was out there in 2019, they should have swept. But there was like a janky call at second base that got overturned, and then that led to the run being scored in the Saturday game, and then the Yankees beat them in the Sunday game, and then even last year, 2 years ago, 2023, when Judge ran into the wall, the Yankees beat them in that series. So, yeah, does it mean anything in the grand scheme of things? No. They could be swept by the Dodgers, still be in first place. They could be swept by the Dodgers and still make it to the World Series. But like, I think there's something about the Yankees psyche. I think this is like a test. And I mean, they just passed a bunch of tests this month. How fun was this month for the Yankee fan, right? This month of May, outside of the Tampa series, which was stupid. They lost that Tampa series. They beat the Padres, and that was electric. I was at that game, that Dylan Cease versus Max Fried game. They go out and they handle business against the A's, who, were starting off the season pretty good. The Mariners, who were looked at as one of the better teams as well. They are still they're in the postseason if the postseason ends today. In the Subway Series, they beat the Mets. They beat the Mets, and Juan Soto does not come back and hit 3 home runs against the Yankees and lead the Mets to victory. They sweep the Rangers. They drop that Friday holiday weekend game to the Rockies by a run, whatever. But then they come back and score 13, beat the Rockies. They just swept the Angels, and they're doing it in any kind of way they got to do it. It doesn't have to be Judge hitting a home run to win it. It doesn't have to be them hitting home runs to win it. A sac fly from Anthony Volpe won the game last night, along with the starting pitcher and the bullpen. Devin Williams almost blew the game 2 nights ago, and it didn't happen. Volpe with a bases clearing double. How about Volpe in this series? You know what I'm saying? Like, it was like Volpe heard the radio show on Monday when people were starting to, oh, what about Volpe, man? I'm like, he did some work in Colorado, and like, he's not stopping this team from succeeding. They're winning. So I think going out to Dodger Stadium, that place is packed. There's a lot of California guys on this team, from Stanton. I thought Stanton was in Tampa, but maybe the quotes were from some other time and he's not with them. Judge is a Cali guy. Garrett Cole is a Cali guy. I think Max Fried is a Cali guy. I'm probably forgetting somebody else that's a California guy. They like going out west. And this is it. This is the last trip. That place is always packed. These are primetime games. They're going to be on Apple TV Plus tomorrow night. They're going to be on Fox on Saturday, and they're going to be on Sunday Night Baseball, ESPN, on Sunday. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Take 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. Let the Dodgers see this new look Yankee team and let them know. Let their fans know, hey, if we rendezvous with you again, it's not going to be the same type of party. Let's go to Capo in the Bronx next. Capo, what's good, man? You're in there.
Hey, how's it going, my brother? I just want to tell these Mets fans they need to stop crying. Ain't no crying in baseball. Soto, I was making fun of Soto. Everyone had to deal with it as being a top paying player. He dealt with a lot of abuse from Yankee fans and from everybody. So Mets fans, they got to get used to this because it ain't stopping now or the next 15 years. He's always going to be the joke unless he starts winning some central, start hitting or something. But he's going to always make fun of this dude for the next 15 years. That's all I got to say, my bro.
Facts. Heard you. And I tried to tell them that. We've only just begun. This is just the beginning. And this is going to go on forever. Juan Soto chose to make his forever home Queens. He was offered the largest contract ever for a New York Yankee. He said, no, I'm good. I'm all right. And what else? We thought Juan Soto was Soto-matic, to steal Ricky Ricardo's line. We thought he was automatic Soto-matic. We thought that this cyborg robot baseball player was just Ted Williams. And no matter what, he was going to hit and work his walks, and he was above pressure. He was like, this is a kid that starred in the World Series at 20 years old, taking Verlander deep, and homering and carrying his bat like Alex Bregman. And we're like, wow, like this kid is playing like he's been here for 10 years. So what's going on now? A lot is going on now. And yeah, there is no crying. Stop the crying and stop being mad at your friends that are Yankee fans. What would you expect of us? The Met fan paraded around from winter meetings. November, December, open up Christmas gifts, got a fresh Juan Soto jersey, gonna wear that around. Ha ha. Like, I said that the 7 line should turn their backs on Juan Soto like the Bleacher Creatures did as a joke online. And the 7 line responded, and they had a 7 line member wearing a number 22 7 line orange and blue jersey, and the back read, "Sorry, Hal." And I said, "Oh, you're going to have to revise that." Like, jokes were made about Steve Cohen having more money than Hal, and the Yankees are poverty. You would think the World Series was won. They had a whole parade over signing a free agent. They made a whole damn YouTube movie over signing a player, right? It's supposed to be this cosmic shift, this changing of the guard. The city was under new management because Juan Soto decided to be a Met. Doesn't look like he's having that much fun being a Met, huh? Doesn't look like he's taken to being a Metropolitan, huh? And that's our fault as Yankee fans. We gotta don't mention it. He who shall not be mentioned, Keith. Don't you say a word about it. And I'm gonna say something about it every day. Because every day I had to hear what the Yankees lost, how they weren't gonna replace his production, how the Yankees are cooked, how he sent the Yankees to the World Series. And I knew, okay, if the Yankees don't get back to the World Series, that's gonna hang over their heads. If Juan Soto powers the Mets to the World Series, that's gonna hang over their heads. If Juan Soto doesn't get it together, there's no World Series for the Mets. So let us enjoy our little early pop, our little early run of looking at these numbers. And you could pull 4 or 5 Yankees that have the same numbers or better numbers than Juan Soto, the $765 million man. Hal Steinbrenner dodged one. Brian Cashman is like, woo, I did not want to sign that guy. I tried to tell y'all, right? You think about the Yankees analytics, they knew who Juan Soto was. They also knew he benefited hitting in front of Aaron Judge. He also benefited from being in Yankee Stadium with the Bleacher Creatures and Yankee fans and all that love that he got there. I'm telling you, at 26, spending 1 year in New York, I don't think he understood. I don't think he had enough people in his corner that understood. Like, hey, man, you sure you want to do this? You sure you want to leave the Yankees and Judge? Like, money is money, bro. Like, they offered you $760. It's going to be a lot to overcome. You just did really well in the pinstripe. Like, the Yankees run this town. John is in Brooklyn on the fan. What's up? You got it.
Brooklyn in the house.
Brooklyn.
In Brooklyn. That is awesome. I didn't know about it. I just heard. This is the first time I heard about it.
Say that again. Your first time you heard about what?
Your event. I'm so psyched about it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm like, I was screaming Brooklyn over your intro. But yes, the BK backyard, it's the address I gotta pull up. I think it's I gotta pull up the address, but it's in Brooklyn, and I think it's gonna be a good vibe for baseball fans and people that just want to hang out on a Saturday night, drink and watch baseball, talk baseball.
I was at the Mets game Friday against the Dodgers.
How was it?
Game and with the 13 innings.
Oh, Friday was Friday was terrible.
Man, so many Dodger fans.
They're always in New York.
Runners.
Yeah, they love coming to New York.
No, they're not Brooklyn Dodgers. They're LA Dodgers.
Sure.
Brooklyn, it's in my heart. The Brooklyn Dodgers.
Yeah, the other night I was talking about how many of those old-time Brooklyn Dodgers fans, like what age would you be right now coming to see? Because
my brother would be dead, 100 years old, 100 plus.
Yes, like because David Cohn said something that rubbed the Met fan the wrong way about, oh, these people are out here to see the Dodgers. That's why Citi Field is so packed. No, Citi Field has been drawing. The Met fan is there to see Juan Soto, and the Met fan is answering the call from their owner, Steve Cohen. But like, that's when I said, what Dodgers fans in New York? How old would these Dodgers fans have to be? They're not coming to Queens.
No, I talked to people. I didn't even know what I was talking about.
Exactly. Thanks for the call, John. 888-808-1019. It's 151 Banker Street, Brooklyn, New York, 11222. So it's Williamsburg. It is BK Backyard. It used to be Tailgate Brooklyn. Shout out to my boy Jared who owns the place. I was doing Talking Nets, the Brooklyn Nets podcast years ago. He made this bar, and it was like the first COVID-friendly bar where like it was all outdoors. Everything was like you scan and you order on your phone. They had like heating lamps and like park benches and like picnic style tables, and everybody had their own like a shipping container. Whereas like you come with your group, you sit there, you order your food, you order your drinks, and there's a TV and you watch it. And obviously COVID ended, and so now they've adapted it into like an adult playground. And I think it's going to be a nice vibe. I think if the rain holds off, we will have a ton of Yankees fans, some Dodgers fans for that game, and then Knicks fans, of course. And yeah, the party will go all night. I think the plan is to be there. I probably got to be there 5:30. I think the live show we're going to do starts at 6, and then we'll be done with that like live show podcast type of component, answering questions, talking about the Yankees, talking to the crowd by 7, and then the game will start. We'll watch the game, eat food, drink beers, do selfies, meet and greet type stuff, and then the Knicks game will start, and people will probably make their way out as they want to make their way out. So yeah, if you want to go, I think they have tickets on bkbackyard.com, but I would encourage you to use my link because I get a percentage off that. So yeah, go to my Instagram or my Twitter and scroll until you see the Pinstripes and Pints video or logo, and yeah, $10. But then there's also like $50 for VIP, and then I think there's like $100 if you're going to do the 999 competition, which I would never encourage anybody to do. 9 innings, 9 beers, 9 hot dogs. That's going to be a rough 9 minutes in the bathroom at least.
The bachelor party out in Denver, and he wants us to do the 999 challenge. Like, yeah.
No. And where are you guys staying? You guys going to be sharing a bathroom in a hotel or an Airbnb? That's a big no.
9 hot dogs is harder than 9 beers. I could do 9 beers.
I could do the 9 beers as well. That like 9 beers in 2.5, 3 hours. I could do. What are we talking? Like 12 ounce, 16. I could do that. But the hot dogs, I don't eat hot dogs. That's the Glizzy Gladiator competition on top of the beer. It's just not good. The bread, the
bun. You can't do it with the bun.
Yeah, no, the bread, the beer, and then no, you can't do it. Knicks have created a 20-point lead. It's 18 now, but the Pacers are folded. They're not hitting shots. It's looking like a full-on Knick party out there. The Knicks are 5 minutes away from the fourth quarter and closing this thing out. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Greg in Morristown. Another thing that I'll be doing, we will talk about after Greg checks in. What's up, Greg? Greg, you there?
Can you hear me?
We got you, yes.
On the show.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get back from the Somerset Patriots game. Saw Josh Chisholm. It was very cool.
He played third base tonight?
He did.
It was a clean third base?
Clean third base. He looked fast. He almost hit it out to his top one. But, you know that goes. But yeah, my fifth game back. My question for you, what do you think we do at trade deadline? What are one or two things you think that set us up to get ourselves back and hopefully beat the Dodgers instead there?
Thanks for the call, Greg. We got to go to break. So quickly, I'll say, Cashman just spoke last week on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, and he said pitching. They're going to add another starter. They're going to add another 1 or 2 pieces to this bullpen. So pitching. You can expect some pitchers to be here. You can probably expect some people to be moved as well. They want a right-handed bat, but where does that right-handed bat play now? Second base? If Jazz is going to go to third base, I'm still like DJ. I'm glad he's come back and he's looked a little bit better, but come on, like DJ. I don't know. DJ is still not it. You saw it in this series. So if Jazz is going to go to third, which I'm not, but we'll talk about it. I'm going to write a couple things down with my thoughts on that. Keith McPherson on the Fan. When we come back, I'll tell you who I think they're going to go after or what type of player they're going to go after and what I think about Jazz going back to third base. KM to AM returns right after this. All right, yo, let me try and get this chat current. Shout out to that lame that I put on the Summer Jam screen where I was like, yo, show me my ratings. Like, these guys are fucking losers. Sorry for cursing, but it's like I've been doing this for 4 years. And I know people are so quick to be like, oh, your ratings suck. You can't find my ratings. And also, let me give you a little inside baseball. I'm the nighttime host. So my ratings are skewed. You know why my ratings are skewed? Anybody in the chat know why the nighttime show, independent from the daytime shows, follow me. Boomer and Geo is at the same time every day. BT and Sal is at the same time every day. Evan and Tiki is at the same time every day. My show, especially if you're in this live stream, sometimes it'll start at 7, sometimes it'll start at 10:30, sometimes 11. Sometimes I do weekend shows. So like, what are you bozos talking about? It grinds my gears how many people think they know anything about like the industry or radio or media. And they think that I don't know anything. They think that you like, if you really want to know, like I have the emails and I have the proof that like since I got here, the nighttime has been up. The listenership has gone up. I'm young, right? That helps. I'm probably the best host that we have as far as digital social media reach and impact goes. When you talk about diversity with me, it's not just diversity my skin tone. It's not just because I'm black. It's diversity of who I am and what I bring to the table in a bunch of different facets, where I'm from. The fact that I'm a former athlete, a former DJ, the diversity of how my show sounds, how I treat callers, how I talk about topics. So like some of these people trip me out. You guys don't even do shit. Like, what is your job? What do you do? Talking about, oh, your ratings are so low. Your ratings can't get any lower. What are you talking about, bro? Are you listening? I can't go an hour of my show without 3 people calling being like, you're the best, love your show. So it's like, just give it a break. Go do anything else, man. Before I really start to like give y'all the facts. It was this dude. Oh, being on during the Knicks game must lower your ratings. If my ratings were this low, how can I be in my 4th year during the Knicks game? This is New York. The whole city is watching this game, but yet I've taken multiple calls on this game. The next person I go to is calling about this game. You just heard a caller say, listening to you is better than listening to Reggie Miller. So it's like, I try to be a nice guy, but like I'm about to start tightening some of y'all up because you just sound and look dumb. You just let everybody know how dumb you are. Go Google Keith McPherson's ratings or WFAN ratings or nighttime ratings. Post them and tag me. I'm waiting for somebody to do it. Anyway, let's see. I see you guys going back and forth still. 912 about Soto. Military Mike and Platter PUS 7. Amber's here. Hello, Amber. I do hit a nerve when I talk about Juan Soto because they're pressed. They thought that this guy was the missing piece to a World Series, that this guy was the thing that would change the city, where now the Mets are big brother. Y'all fighting too much. It's literally Military Mike versus Platypus 7. Back and forth, back and forth. I'm skipping through all these. They playing well? Yeah, they are. They're up 12. Knicks by 16 back at 9:30. Ask Josh Hart who the true New York baseball team is. He knows. His relative is Elston Howard, the first black player for the Yankees. Entire Knicks bench should be playing right now. No, they shouldn't. No lead is safe. They don't want to lose that lead. I know that the Pacers have their bench in. Keith, take a deep breath and relax. I've listened to WFAN since day one, and I enjoy listening to you regularly. Don't let the trolls and haters get to you. They're not. But it's like, sometimes you do got to check these fucking idiots. Excuse my language. Like, I hear it all day, and it's like, it's just baseless. It's not true. Like, somebody's gonna be like, oh, this guy's like, I see it all the time. Oh, his ratings are terrible. Like, he's talking about Juan Soto to boost his ratings. What are you talking about? So dumb. I don't have individual ratings. I can't. You know why? Because I'm also on during Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football. I'm also on during March Madness. I'm also on during the Yankee games, the Nets games, Rutgers games. Brunson. Let me get this play-by-play up. Like, you actually could learn a lot if you listen to me. I give you the game. Like, Brunson with that. Let's see. 81-64. The Knicks are rolling. I said Brunson needed to shoot. But I understand too. People only hate up. So like you're hating on me, and you don't know anything about what it takes to do a show. Like, you know how many people are like, I should do your show. Okay, come through and do it. Good luck. I'll give you an hour. I'll give you an hour before you're like, no. Nuh-uh. I'm not even on the Twitter or my Instagram. I meant to post. Let's see. Where's this draft? Continue the draft. Let's see. Stay up and run through the city, rocking a 5-hour KM to AM. My guys over at Caffeina, they keep me going so I can stay up and rock a 5-hour KM to AM. Enhanced caffeine electrolyte powder. KM to AM. My Caffeina, they keep me going so I can stay up and rock a so I can stay up and rock a 5-hour KM to AM. Enhanced. All right, let me see here. Can I move this up? Make this a little smaller. Okay, edit video. Going so I can stay up and rock a 5-hour KM to AM. Enhance. Stay up and rock a 5-hour KM to AM. Enhanced caffeine electrolyte powder. No coffee, no energy drinks. I don't go to sleep till 3 in the morning because I'm all hopped up on this. I don't like this song. This is going to be the Dodgers song. This is what they play in Dodger Stadium. This is what they play in Dodger Stadium. Kendrick, they not like us. They not like us. They not like us. That was their anthem, right? They felt like they were the best, and they were the best. They won the World Series, and they said the rest of the league, they not like us. Well, let's get some redemption. Let's get some payback. The Knicks are getting some redemption and some payback right now. Where was this? Where was this team in the second game? Where was this team in the fourth game? You know, when I opened up the show, I said, fatigue makes a coward of us all. If the Pacers play at their pace, the Knicks will fall. But Jalen Brunson has to shoot and pass the ball. Let's check in on Jalen Brunson. He's hooping. He's balling. And in the second half, like, he's going to be the closer. He's got 29 points. He's going to be the closer. He's got 4 out of his 6 3-point shots made. He's hit all 3 of his free throws. He's got 4 assists. It's closing time. Jalen Brunson's going to bring it home. He has to. He's not going to let them party on that New York Knicks floor. He's not going to let them party in the Garden tonight. He's dialed in. Obi Toppin on him, that's barbecue chicken. While the Pacers have their bench in, So the Knicks are trying to get this lead back up to 20. It's 82-64 Knicks with less than 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. If they have this much of a lead going into the fourth quarter, if they have a 15-point lead, 10-point lead, the clutch player of the year, the elite closer that Brunson is, I don't see them losing this game. So I also said in the beginning of the show, one more night. Give your fans one more night, one more win at the Garden, one more party outside MSG, one more day in between Friday to believe before you play again Saturday. And we'll see what happens Saturday. Knicks are on an 8-0 run and 82-64 with less than 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. 888-808-1019. Before I get to my Jazz Chisholm and trade deadline stuff, let's take a Knicks call. Frank is in Monroe. What's up, Frank? You're on the fan.
What's happening, baby?
Hanging out.
The thing I have to say about the Knicks is that I'm glad that I'm listening to you because Monica McNutt
is calling the game on the radio. Think about that, bro. The biggest games the Knicks have had in 25.
She calls all the games.
Nuts. Dude.
And Pat O'Keefe is the main voice. She's like color commentary. Pat O'Keefe is play-by-play, right?
Me, bro, it hurts me. Anyway, real quick, before I hang up, I'm gonna say two names: Arenado and Skeens. And the Yankees have the capital to get both of them, bro.
Okay. Thanks for the call, Frank. They're not getting either one, but okay. And now I'll talk about it. They had plenty of opportunity to go get Nolan Arenado in the offseason. Arenado, I thought, wanted it when he took that ride to George M. Steinbrenner Field during spring training. Is like, hey, here I am. You want to take a look at me? I'm healthy. I'm ready. Make the trade. It didn't go down. And the Cardinals are winning now. So that is one of the main things, right? Let's see if they keep it up for another 2 months. But that's one of the main things at the deadline. Who's going to be a buyer? Who's going to be a seller? Knicks are up 22 points with 2 minutes left in the third. Brunson's on the bench. The party is all the way on. 12-0 run. There's a steal by Delon Wright. Finish that. Oh, you can't finish that. You got to finish that, bro. Big foul by Deuce McBride. Anyway, Arenado is not happening. They don't want him. All reports were that the Yankees were not interested in him. The Yankees didn't want him for his age and his contract. And, like, look, they're about to put Jazz back at third base. Paul Skeens, if the Pirates trade Paul Skeens at this deadline, they might as well sell the team the day after. If they trade Paul Skeens on July 31st, put the team up for sale August 1st. 888-808-1019. And like, if they were going to trade him, they would ask the Yankees for George Lombard Jr. 100%. And they're not going to do that. Speaking of George Lombard Jr., he was in the lineup tonight with Spencer Jones, who just made his return. I'm going out to Somerset tomorrow, but it may rain. And honestly, this is my second attempt to go to Somerset and see the Patriots play. And if you heard me last night, I was giving them props for just how great they are. You know, they've been awesome. They reached out to me months ago to ask me about coming out to a game, you know, taking batting practice, throwing out the first pitch. I was extremely flattered. I'm a Jersey guy. I was already following them. Shout out to Mark Rusinoff. Shout out to Steven Cusimano. And my guy Corey over there. They just, I think I said Corey Saccone. I think I said everybody that I've met from the Somerset Patriots, they're like nice guys. And I felt like it had to be a requirement. Like, you in the interview process, if you're not a good guy, you can't work with us. So I don't know if I'm throwing out the first pitch tomorrow. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to pull it off in the rain or whatever, but I'm going out there for the first time. I'm pumped about it. Jazz is not in the lineup. Supposedly Jazz played tonight. He's going to play Saturday and Sunday, but I'm sure he's going to enjoy his Friday night wherever he is. And whatever, either way, I would love to take batting practice. I would love to throw out the first pitch if that's possible. I also don't need the pop in circumstance. They said they might throw me on the broadcast. Man, I want to go out there and see them play and see the future Yankees and see the ballpark. And I will not be on the Fan tomorrow night because that is where I'll be. But I'll be on Sunday. I have another Sunday Sauce show loading for this Sunday. And I'm excited to go out to Somerset Patriots, to see the Somerset Patriots, where Jazz is playing third base and he's getting ready to return. He'll be back with the Yankees potentially during the Guardian series or the Red Sox series coming up. And, you know, that's the question I put out for Yankee fans. How do you feel about the Yankees' propensity to continue to play guys out of position? They continue to play guys out of position every year. It seems like something that they think is okay. We talk about that fifth inning, right? And I mean, it is what it is. But that play where Volpe spikes the ball and Jazz isn't covering the base right, and I'm sure Jazz can do it. He picked it up on the fly last year, and I mean, I would have liked for him to be getting more reps there in spring training, but so be it. I think what I think is happening here is DJ has come back and shown some signs of life. DJ is making $15 million a year. He's a veteran. They can much It's much easier for Peraza to just be bumped. Your bet Vivas to be bumped. I don't know what Pablo Reyes is doing. Is he even with the team anymore? Like, it's easier for them to say, hey, Peraza, you still have options. Or actually, Peraza's out of options. So I guess it's your bit Vivas who will have to go, and Peraza will be on the bench. But let me know how you guys feel about that. Jazz coming back and not playing second. He was playing a good second base. That's his primary position. But they don't care. They play guys out of position. They want Jazz to play third. And I was against that. I think a couple weeks ago, I'm like, no, they're not going to do that. And somebody was in Woodbridge at Woodbridge Brewing and told me that they asked Jazz, hey, you're going to play third base? And, Jazz said no. But then I saw recently Jazz was asked about it. And being a team player and learning from Gleyber Torres and what he said last year, Jazz said, I will play wherever. I just want a ring. 888-808-1019. 3 hours down, 2 hours to go. KM to AM returns right after this. All right, let's see. What is this? Justified all you people promo? What does that mean? There's a promo on the fan that says all you people. Knicks must have drunk Michael Jordan's secret stuff. Maybe, because they look like they were zapped by the Monstars. Now they're drinking Michael's secret stuff. I mean, I look at them playing like this, and I'm like, where was this? Where was this the entire series? Still got to close out here, but I don't think they're going to fold in the fourth. Not with Brunson. Not with their whole arena behind them. They're not going to go quietly. They're not gonna fold like they did in game one. But when I see them play like this, as I know they're tired, I know they're banged up. It's like, how do you come out last game and tell the world, oh, they out hustled us, they outplayed us, they had more energy than like. That's why I said before, I'm like, NBA is amazing. I mean, this was so easy to call. I'm like, the NBA doesn't want the Eastern Conference Finals to end tonight. Then that's a week off in the prime of their sport, the best basketball. They don't want a week off. They want a Saturday game in Indiana. Keep this going. And then you just got to wait till next Thursday, June 5th, for the start of the finals. 15-point game, 88-73. The action is wild, aggressive game. Yeah, let me look at the box score again. I wanted to pull up the play-by-play to see. I know the Knicks just made a crazy run when the Pacers went to their bench. Yeah, about 20 minutes ago, where Chris said the entire Knicks bench should be playing right now. All the starters should be out of the game. And I said, no. No. You think Tom Thibodeau is on that? No, they're going to make sure they win this one. They're going to make sure this one is in the bag. Let me see. I got to post this. Want to know how I stay up and run through the city rocking a 5-hour KM to AM? My guys over at Caffeina, they keep me going so I can stay up and rock a 5-hour KM to AM. Enhanced caffeine electrolyte powder. No coffee, no energy drinks. I don't go to sleep till 3 in the morning because I'm all hopped up on this right here. All right, let me go here. And let's blur. Want to know how I stay up and okay.
At 10:01, I'm Gordon Damer. This report brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Morristown. Back at the Garden, their backs against the wall. Knicks trying to stave off elimination tonight. Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals, and this one pretty much all Knicks. Right now, they lead it 90-73. Just about a second to go in the third quarter here. Knicks raced out to a 10-point lead in the very first quarter. They've led by as many as 22. Jalen Brunson leading the way, 30 points. Karl Anthony Towns questionable coming in. He's got 19 points and 11 rebounds. As for Tyrese Halliburton, just 6 points for Indiana. Stanley Cup playoffs tonight is Game 5 of the Western Finals there. Oilers trying to finish off the Stars. Edmonton leads at 4-2 after 2. Connor McDavid, the latest goal for Edmonton, his 6th of the postseason. Islanders have a new GM, but they're keeping their head coach. Matthew Darsh announced today Patrick Roy will be back. WNBA, the Liberty stayed perfect on the season, beat Golden State tonight 82-77. It's 66 degrees in Central Park, and that's what's happening. I'm Gordon Damer.
Yeah, I don't watch enough wrestling to know that, but now I understand what you're saying as far as justified. Oh, yeah. Gonna be another one of those New York parties tonight. Keith McPherson on the Fan inside the 10 p.m. hour. The Knicks are rolling. It ain't over yet, but, I mean, end of the third quarter, it's 90-73. Are the Knicks about to smoke a 17-point lead? Anything can happen. I know they smoked a 16-point lead, but I just think they've learned from that. And as I'm watching this and the intensity and the shot making, and again, the Pacers being stifled, Tyrese Halliburton has 6 points. The only starter in double digits is Pascal Siakam. He just got to 11 points. Other than that, Nesmith has 3, Turner has 5, Nembhard has 4. It is almost like I said, the Pacers came in knowing we got to go back to Indiana anyway. And if this game gets out of hand and the emotion of these fans, we can't beat these guys in here tonight. They got one. Let them have their little party tonight. Look at this Fantastic Four trailer. I haven't seen this yet. Awesome. I used to love the Fantastic Four. That first movie was a dud with Jessica Alba. I was a big Human Torch guy. Benjamin Grimm. This one looks sick. I was seeing some stuff online about it. Fantastic Four First Steps. Wow. July 25th. I don't even go to the movies anymore. Shout out to my mom. My mom was like trying to tell me stuff to do with my son, Jack. And she's like, oh, take him to the movie theater. I'm like, I haven't been to the movie theater since COVID. Like, once COVID hit, I haven't been to the movie theater since then. And I don't even think about going anymore. And now I feel like movies come out and in like 2-3 months, they're available for you to buy. Like, I remember I wanted to see the Super Mario Brothers movie. And that was one of the first movies that movie. And I didn't care to see it, but I watched it with my wife and my sister till I fell asleep. The Barbie movie. Those movies, we paid like $29.99 to just like get them and watch them. And not for nothing, I really like my 75-inch TV and my couch and my setup. I'll pay the $29.99 3 months after the movie comes out to watch the movie in my crib where my bathroom is right here. I can pause it, where I can have any food or drink that I want, alcohol included, versus paying like $29.99. That's not what the tickets would cost for all 3 of us to go to the movie theater. I haven't been to movie theaters. I don't even think about it. My son may never go unless it somehow changes or comes back around. Like, my son will grow up and never go to the movie theater. When I was a kid, going to the movie theater, my brother worked at the movie theater. That was everything. I saw a bunch of movies for free growing up. Now, nope. Streaming. Stream the dream. We even stream our sports. 888-808-1019. And streaming the sports is another thing. With the apps and logging in and logging out and the glitching and then like being on social media and then your stream is behind. Look at Landry Shamet with the bang. That's a 2, not a 3. 92-73 Knicks with about 11 minutes to go in the Garden. They're going to play that Go New York, Go New York, Go. The kids are going to make their viral videos outside on 7th Ave again tonight. It might be the last one they get, but the Knicks are not looking like they're going to be eliminated on their home floor today. back to the phones we go. I was talking about Nolan Arenado, Paul Skeens. I think the Yankees will try to add another right-handed bat. They're obviously going to see what Giancarlo Stanton looks like when he comes back. Honestly, there's not that much room. Look at Brian Cashman built a Yankee team with depth. We've got too many guys to put on the field. We can't even put the lineup together once everybody gets healthy. But I think they'll add another bat. It might be a utility type of guy, a utility player, utility infielder that could play multiple positions in the event somebody gets hurt. Knock on wood, somebody will be hurt. Jazz is hurt, coming back. Let's see how DJ holds up. But these are good problems to have. I would encourage Brian Cashman to stack the deck like I did about a year ago when I ran into him at the stadium. I said, yeah, well, if this is the team, stack the deck. He didn't stack the deck. He got Jazz. He got Mark Leiter Jr. He got, I forget what that guy, Eniel De Los Santos or whatever. He got DFA'd. But if this is the team again, Brian, be greedy. Bang, OG Anunoby. Knicks are up 20, 11-11 left in the game. 95-75. If this is the team, Brian, get greedy. Stack the deck. Have a embarrassment of riches in the rotation, in the pen, and in the lineup. All right, back to the phones we go. 888-808-1019. Bobby and Belmore back on the fan. Hello, Bobby.
Before I get to the Knicks and Soto, where are you to be in Brooklyn? You sound smart and missed it.
Brooklyn this Saturday, 6 o'clock for the pre-show, and then 7:15 to watch the Dodgers-Yankees game. It's 151 Banker Street in Brooklyn in Williamsburg.
Okay. Maybe I'll try to get there. Now, with the, I don't know where the smothering defense was the 3 games they lost. I mean, they were smothering them, and I don't know why they couldn't just lose every game.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. I'm like, where was this effort? Where was this intensity? They said last game, they outplayed it. Like, how do you, I guess you need desperation. You got to turn it on when you know there is no tomorrow.
And speaking of Yankee Dodgers, if they lose this series, this game 1 could be like Yankee Dodger World Series last year, when they lost the series in the first game, with that ridiculous, game comeback by Indiana. If they lose that could where they lost the series. Now let me get to Soto. I think it's gonna be a close game. This is a pick-up game, but anyway, let me get to Soto. And I'm telling you that this guy looked out of shape during the winter months, and I don't know if it has anything to do with he's playing. I mean, I know Mike Piazza went through this, and Lindor went through this, but I think this is different. I think mentally, his mental attitude, I'm just worried about this guy, not really panning out. And we'll find out. Only time will tell. But, for him to, I don't know, him being still out of shape or what. And I know baseball is not different from other sports, but I just think that, they gave this guy too much money, and he could be one of those guys. We'll find out next year. I mean, if he goes 2 years in a row like this, I know the season isn't over yet. But if he struggles, he continuously struggles this year, like Piazza did, and does it again next year, I mean, I just hope this is not a thing where, another worse than Carlos Stanton. I mean, I know he played, he was injured a lot, but at least he produced. I just hope this doesn't turn out to be a terrible contract.
Yeah, we got a long way to go for that. Thanks for the call, Bobby. But I do remember you calling, and a lot of us kind of just joked about, Soto signing and him looking like he had a belly, looking like he had a little plumpness, looked like he got a little round in the midsection. Look at Landry Shamet firing the crowd up. I just didn't have this on my bingo card. Eastern Conference Finals, Game 5, Landry Shamet being the guy, swiping the ball away from TJ McConnell. Ball goes off TJ McConnell's leg. Crowd gets hyped. Good for Landry Shamet. But back to Soto. Bob Klapisch wrote another article, and I know people thought like during the Subway Series, Bob Klapisch was like coming after Juan Soto or making stuff up. Bob has been doing this 30, 40 years, got no reason to make anything up. If he's writing it, it's real. And, you mentioned the weight, and there was an article I think John Heyman wrote over the winter about how Soto, when he, being in New York, he became a fan of Italian food. I think all of us around here are a fan of Italian food. Off the top of my head, I could think of 5-10 places I'd love to get some pasta, get some sandwiches from, some pizza from, whatever. So, there was a article written about how, that's like his guilty pleasure. I don't know what he weighs, but Bob Clappish wrote another article about, Soto, and it says Juan Soto's slump is deepening. This came out today. Juan Soto's slump is deepening. Mets fans are starting to boo. And I won't read all of it, but I'll read the thing that stands out. And I don't think it necessarily has to do with weight, but he starts to talk about the difference. Let's see. But the mystery is here and now. Soto is less aggressive at the plate. He's taking more pitches. That famed Soto shuffle has been almost entirely shut down. He rarely stares down pitchers anymore. It's like he's become a different player than he was with the Yankees. One talent evaluator told me on Wednesday. It's not just Soto's demeanor either. According to the analytics-driven website Baseball Savant, Soto's average bat speed has decreased from 75 mile an hour to 73. That drop-off explains why Soto is hitting 20% fewer line drives compared to 2024 with the Yankees. His percentage of hard-hit balls, a career-high 43% last year, is also down significantly to 38.8%. So what's the deal? Is it a mechanical issue or the weight of being the Mets' richest, most scrutinized player, the one guy who can't disappear? Before Wednesday's game, Soto told me, "I'm fine, doing great." In a more pensive mood recently, the slugger admitted to the New York Post's John Heyman, "I'm still figuring it out, adjusting to the new team, the new way, and how they play here." In the meantime, pitchers are taking advantage of Soto's uncertainty. He's seeing more first pitch strikes than at any time in the last 6 years. That's because pitchers are less afraid to challenge Soto, said another scout. There's a difference between being selective and just taking pitches, which is what Soto is doing. The one thing he can't do is lose his discipline. The minute he starts thinking, "I have to get a hit," is when he'll be in real trouble. So I'll leave the rest of the article for you guys to go out and read yourself. But this is coming off his 0 for 4 against the Chicago White Sox. Clearly something is up, and it has nothing to do with the Yankees. It's all got to do with him and the New York Mets. 888-808-1019. Here's another guy the Yankees traded for from the National League coming into the Yankees, and his performance was a little shaky too. He got right, but his last time out was shaky as well. Let's talk about it with Val from the Bronx. What's up, Val? You're back on the Fan.
Chris, what's good, kid?
Hanging out, holding it down. How are you?
I'm good. You're holding it down as per normal, as usual. I got a couple of Yankee points and a Soto question for you, but I just want to say shout out to Mr. Sterling, man. And it's beautiful that you brought him back to that interview. The funny thing was there was a part of that interview that had nothing to do with baseball, nothing to do with sports, and I got goosebumps. He said something about somebody made the babies and his job was just to love them. I swear to goodness, bro, when I heard him say that, it was like,
yeah.
It just encapsulated, and I met him once in my life before. He is such a beautiful gentleman, but that sentiment right there just encapsulates exactly who he is as a person. My points real quick, and then my next question. They're talking about Devin Williams, and I heard you guys say some stuff, early. I'm always listening. I heard you guys say some stuff yesterday and kind of early in the week as well, too. And I'm going to add some nuance to it because I'm not trying to disappoint anybody, but I think the overall scheme behind what Boone is going to try to eventually do if he can get Devin Williams' work back up to the caliber that he should be at is that situations like what happened last night don't necessarily happen. He's going to try to get back to a point where he has what he feels like are two closers at the back of that bullpen. And so if he uses Weaver one night, and, the economy of pitches is such that he can't use him the next night, he's going to want to be in a situation where he feels like he can throw Williams the next night. And on top of that, they're going to also get to a point where they try to deploy either one of them based on the situation. Like if there's an out that he has to get in that given game, if he goes to, let's say, Williams because that matchup works, he feels like he still has Weaver coming back. There comes his truck, just as I get into it.
Yeah.
And, he also is going to feel like, if the situation dictates Weaver to get me that out, I still got Williams later on to close it through to get to that. So that's what they're ultimately trying to work back to. And if that happens, I think that's a beautiful thing. Yankee point real quick. Volpe, it's funny how, and I want to throw this out there real quick because I don't want it to be thought that I'm trying to compare him to Jeter. But it's funny how some of the negative connotations or negative sentiments that come along with Volpe is always the comparison to his peers right now. The Bobby Witt Jr., the kid from Baltimore, and all that stuff like that. If we get what we really, really deserve, or rather, what we really, really need, we get something more along the lines of the same way when Jeter was around. There was, Garcia Parra, there was Rodriguez, there was even what was that guy? The guy in Cleveland. There were a bunch of other shortstops that were thought to be better than Jeter, but because of his fight and because of his
Omar Vizquel,
because of his grit and his availability, Jeter was able to do the things that the team needed to the ultimate. He wasn't the best, as far as home runs in terms of power. He wasn't the best as far as feeling, but as far as what the team needed from him, those were the intangibles that went on. And in addition to the fact that he was a good player, those were the intangibles that went on to eventually make him like a captain of the team and a great player. I'm not saying Volpe is going to be that, but at the same time, for me to get, and I'm happy with the kid. I've always been an advocate of his. For me to get what I need from him, that's what I don't need the big flash. I just need the straight line. Somebody that always comes through. And he seems like, I told you that before, he has that pesky nature about him. When people start talking about him, he just hunkers down and does what he has to do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he did that. He did that at the end of the last year, going into the postseason. When they gave him some rest, he came into the postseason and he was better.
And that's what I want from him. I don't need him to be better than this guy or better. Just be good enough for my team. You know what I'm saying? Good enough to do the things that my team needs you to do. Be obligated to that. And the last question I'm gonna leave you with, and I didn't say anything about the Knicks because I'm fingers and toes crossed on that. I am forever believe, but I don't want to touch that until the game is goes final. I don't even want to say anything about that, but forever believe. That's all I'm saying. But the last question I'm gonna leave you with, and then I'm saying good night to you, fans. I want to ask you something, and I know you want this, the name that will not be said, and I hear you because it just gets droned out over and over again. But as far as Soto's concerned, right? And I kind of alluded to this the last time we talked, but I want to get it down to a question to you now. Considering the year that he had last year with us, right, and everything that we did last year, if we managed to have signed him, and we were at all things being equal right now, our record is where it is right now at this point of the season. Everything is clicking the way it is. However, we got the roster together with eating guys and we didn't bring in as many of the other, whatever happened. If we're right where we are right now and things are going good, he is still having the struggles that he's having on the other side this season. If that was happening now, but he was on us, do you think that he would, like, the sentiment from the Yankee fan base would be, when you get these negative sentiments from the Mets fan base, do you think that it would have been the same, or would it have been that he did something so much for us already? Not to say that he was on Stanton's level, but we were willing to just ride it through.
No, sir. I'll tell you. Thanks for the call, Val. I just wrote everything down and we'll go backwards. When I say no, sir, the Yankee fans would have been on his ass. Pause. They would have been booing him. He didn't win anything for the Yankees last year. They lost the World Series. And I know the Met fan will tell you that he's the reason you got there. No, he's not. No, he's not. Not by himself. He was good, but Glaber was good. And I saw stats laid next to each other. Yeah, Judge struck out a lot, but it wasn't like Juan Soto was, leaps and beyonds beyond Judge, and Stanton exists, and somebody had to pitch. Juan Soto didn't pitch. If Juan Soto was batting like he's batting, hitting like he's hitting, performing like he's performing, right now on this Yankees team, he would be the whipping boy because of his contract. I was in there when Judge turned down a $240 million contract, and he struggled. I think he went 13 games without homering, and I was in that stadium, and Yankee fans told him, you should have taken the money. You're a bum. What are you doing? You should have signed. Now you can't hit. You're thinking too much. These fans would have been all over Juan Soto for taking $760 million and not performing. There would not have been any grace. And even with the Yankees winning, they still would have looked at him and said, hey, you're not worth all that money. You're not performing to expectations as the highest paid player. With Judge, think about it. Judge would have been in center field. He would have been in right field. And there would have been fans. We could have had Judge play right field. You're playing right field for $760 million. So no. Like, and the Met fan that is showing up to boo him and that will show up and boo him this weekend if he doesn't turn it around, all power to you. That is your right as a fan. He's making more money than anybody ever. There was such a celebration over signing him. And now there's misery over watching him. He's been a negative at the plate. He isn't doing anything really besides casting a shadow over the positives of, like, the Mets aren't a last place team. They're not a loser. They beat the Dodgers last week. They just won the series, almost swept the White Sox, didn't. Juan Soto didn't have an impact. Now, going back to what you were talking about with Volpe, Volpe is the whipping boy right now. But I saw stats, his numbers next to Gunnar Henderson, and Gunnar Henderson's been hurt this year, but he's having a better year than him. I wouldn't compare him to Bobby Witt Jr. Folks were trying to say that Bobby Witt Jr. should have been the MVP last year. They're comparing him to Judge. I've thrown out the names of Corbin Carroll, C.J. Abrams, Zach Neto as other young shortstops with Volpe. I'm good with Volpe. You don't hear me complaining about Volpe. I think the only tweets I sent out were during the Subway Series where I was pressing because I wanted it bad. And, David Peterson walks the guys in front of him and he swings at the first pitch. And I'm like, we need a better at bat. But, everybody's going to have a stupid at bat here and there. He helped us win this Angels series. He drove in the run, the sac fly last night. That was the only run. In the first game, he had a bases clearing double. He's leading the team in doubles. He's leading all American League shortstops in RBI. Volpe is fine. Volpe is perfectly fine by me. Stop comparing him to these other players in the league. And, like, he's not supposed to be Derek Jeter. And it doesn't matter that he's an Italian kid from Jersey in the narrative in the story. He's one of us. I like that story. I'm from Jersey. He comes from good people. So leave Volpe alone. Devin Williams. I'd like to leave Devin Williams alone, but the Yankees aren't going to leave it alone as far as him closing. You are on to something as far as them having other options. Luke Weaver could have been an option if they didn't use him back-to-back. If they didn't use him in the first game of this series. Now, not for nothing, Mark Leiter Jr. was ready. Got a nice call, night. Umpire was ready to go. Get on the plane, close the series. Fine by me. But, like, Fernando Cruz isn't available right now. Keep that in mind. Fernando Cruz has 2 saves this year. And I think I did clip a Meredith Marakovich tweet. Meredith Marakovich writes, Fernando Cruz threw a 20-pitch bullpen, said it went amazing, expects to throw live on Saturday, eligible to come back on June 3rd. Great. Cruise control back in the Yankee bullpen. Other than that, it's Devin Williams and it's Luke Weaver, right? And sure, maybe certain matchups, certain hitters, you want to throw Devin Williams out there. But I'm like, yo, Devin Williams figured it out for a stretch as the setup guy. I hope his confidence isn't shaken now that he gave up that homer to Moncada and everybody was sitting on his changeup and it was just dink, 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 and he almost blew it. Hopefully his confidence is still intact here because we're about to face the Dodgers this weekend and we're going to need him. And he's going to face some good hitters. And Luke Weaver will be ready. And I don't hate the idea of having 2 guys that can close, but Luke Weaver is your closer. And I've gone back to this. I remember last year in that Brewers series, they wanted to pitch Michael Tonkin, and they didn't want to throw Clay Holmes because Clay Holmes had thrown like 15 pitches the day before or something. And their whole excuse was, it's a long season and we don't want to burn out our closer. Well, don't do that with Luke Weaver either. Who you didn't want to be your closer. You went and traded Devin Williams to be your closer. He couldn't figure it out right away. And now it seems like you're hard-pressed on dying hard on that trade and making him back into a closer. It's fine. Let him be the setup guy. Let Luke be the closer. He's got the stomach for it. 888-808-1019. Rich is in East Haven, Connecticut on the Fan in New York. The Knicks are rolling. It's 104-88 with 3.5 minutes left. Go for it, Rich.
Hey, Keith, what's going on? Good to hear you.
Thanks for calling.
Got a little trade proposal to see what you would think about it. Texas Rangers are basically out of it. Would you go for Evaldi and Jake Berger Burger to play third and get Evaldi to pitch?
Oh, sure. I mean, Berger loves Yankee Stadium. I'm sure there's a lot that the Yankee social media team and fans can do with the play on words with his name. I was calling him Jake. What a burger. And then Evaldi, every time I see Evaldi, he's another one of those guys like, why couldn't it work here? They were blaming Larry Rothschild back then. But I'm like, how come it couldn't work here? This guy's a champion. This guy usually shoves against us. Gave up one to Yorbit Vivas. But, yeah, why not bring Evaldi here, a champion, a guy who's been here, a guy that still has it later in his career?
Yeah, I think, those are two perfect pieces that we would need for the rest of the season.
I'm with it. If they're willing to send those guys, send them. But we just got to figure out how to send them some scrubs. Thanks for the call, Rich. Like, we ended up sending them Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran for Joey Gallo, and they won that trade. They completely won that trade. I think there was another guy in that trade too. Let me see if ChatGPT knows who was in the Joey Gallo trade. I know I named two guys: Ezekiel Duran, Josh Smith, Trevor Hauver, and Glenn Otto. Yeah. And then when the Yankees traded Joey Gallo to the Dodgers, we got Clayton Beater back. Anywho, 888-808-1019. We're going to have an incoming of Knicks calls in about 5 to 10 minutes once this game goes final. Let me take a call from Kenny in Queens next. What's up, Kenny?
How you doing? Listen, to compare anybody to Aaron Judge, this is kind of foolish. He's the best player by far in baseball. But also, Juan Soto, he's going to start hitting. He's going to produce. So, it's, again, Aaron Judge would do anything for. He said $10 million in every game. That's how good he is.
Sure.
Well, Soto's going to pick it up. The guy's a player.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Kenny. When? That's been the question. When? What's taking so long for him to be consistent? He's had a couple 2-homer games. He's had some good at-bats here and there, but for the most part, he hasn't been himself. So when? The question now isn't like we're beyond that. And we can keep kicking it down the road. We can keep kicking it down the road. Juan Soto is gonna hit. We know he's hit. Yeah, but when, bro? When? October? When is the stretch coming? I would like to know. I've lost $500 betting on the guy this early part of the season, thinking this is it. This is the week. He goes hitless against the White Sox. I would have had money on that, but I stopped betting on him. I stopped betting on him the Friday of the Subway Series. Honestly, because I was in Yankee Stadium and I got to look at him. I'm like, oh, this ain't the same guy. This guy's neutralized. Oh, this ain't the same guy. He's shook. He's different. He can't fake it. Anyway, the Knicks don't have to fake it, man. 16-point lead in the Garden, 2:44. Fans are into it. I see Evan Roberts put out a video with his whole face in the camera. WFAN posted it from the Garden. Evan, a whole season ticket holder, enjoying his Knicks fandom as the Knicks win in Game 5. I think Positive Tommy stayed out of this one. Positive Tommy knew better to not pop in. Salicata's in there. So, yeah, the Knicks are looking like they're going to force that Game 6, go back to Indiana, and then if they can win Game 6, force it back to Game. Anything can happen, right? Anything is possible. It's not done yet. This show is not done yet. It's 10:30. We're getting close. Another 90 minutes less to go. Dial 888-808-1019 if you'd like to chime in on Juan Soto, the New York Yankees, trade ideas, Devin Williams, Anthony Volpe, Aaron Judge, and, of course, the New York Knicks, because those calls are coming in soon. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. Cat with the flush. Yo, I gotta show the chat some love, man. Let's see. Where was I at in this chat? Indiana gave up. Knicks looking good. Yo, the Mets better get a big ace and a lefty reliever at the deadline. Trade McGill. Well, you're gonna get Sean Manaea and Frankie Montas back at some point. You also have Paul Blackburn. A lefty reliever, perhaps, because you lost AJ Minter. I could see that. And that's what Stearns likes to do. So, yeah, maybe. 1,060 people in the chat, 12 on YouTube, 1 on Twitch, 1,047 on X. Appreciate you all, man. Thanks for rocking with me. You could be anywhere in the world, but you're here with me, and I appreciate that. Whether you are a KM to AM supporter or a hater, I don't know the difference. I talk to everybody. I appreciate everybody. Even the people that are like, this guy sucks. Like, all you do is add to it. All you do is, like, every comment, every post, every view is just adding to it, man. I appreciate it. Let me see here. Did I post this stuff? I did. My boy Rob says you could definitely do the 999 beers and hot dogs challenge. Stop being courteous. I can eat, but I'm not eating one glizzy, bruh. let alone 9. Pizza, burgers, tacos. Yeah. 9 beers, easy. No hot dogs.
So this is over. Bigger. Definitely over.
Yeah, this game's over. I'll do a big shot of the night at 11. It'll probably be Big Body Brunson. What was I gonna do for Tell Me Something Cool? I was gonna do a John Sterling Tell Me Something Cool at some point. I gotta think of it. But Brunson's gonna be the leading scorer here with 32. Yeah. Good night.
Yes, sir. Yeah, what was the name of the Yankees ticket guy again? I forgot. We told me.
Oh, fuck. I don't know his name now either because they have me going directly to.
Was it like someone with an A? R something?
Um,
You told me the latest one. I forgot. I wrote it
Next time you hear the Yankee broadcast,
Yeah.
they say his name at the end.
down. Like production assistants? No. I heard.
Yeah. So let me mute this. I think it's. I know I'm muted. I was talking to my producer. Yeah, that's what I was saying. We know what he is. We know who he's going to be. When does it begin? And when does it continue consistently? Because if he keeps struggling, he's not going to be able to bring his numbers up. You about to get faded tonight? You about to get drunk because the Knicks won? I can dig it. I can dig it. I can't do that. I got to drive home. And I ain't no Knicks fan regardless. I'll be happy off the Knicks winning. I'll just be content. That's it. Ninja, ninja, rock, ninja, ninja, rock. wasn't there a part of Evan and Tiki where they were talking about the Ninja Turtle song and this song having some type of origin from that? I had no idea. It's like you learn something new every day. I know I watched that movie as a kid a lot. I remember them getting to that scene and Vanilla Ice breaking it down. Ninja, ninja. I thought it was something like that. Ninja, ninja, rock. Go, ninja, go, ninja, go. I didn't know they were correlated. Maybe the same producer, same composer. Anyway, the Knicks win. They do not get embarrassed on their home floor. They did the embarrassing tonight. It makes you wonder, though, like, can they do this 2 more times? Where was this last time? Where was this the second game? Basketball is crazy. The Knicks are crazy. They are. They can be a Jekyll and Hyde team. They can fold and quit and look like they don't have it and then turn it on the next one. I think we've said this the whole way through. They can't give you back-to-back performances like this. But now with their backs against the wall, they have to. They have to play like this game 6 in Indiana and force it back to New York. 888-808-1019. We'll stay on the positive side. I don't want to talk about them not being able to duplicate these performances, but it's like it's one loss and then a win, and then one loss and a win. It's like you got to be able to in a series. You got to be able to impose your will back-to-back games, especially after blowing the first game. But Brunson tonight. Stay tuned for the big shot of the night. Big body Brunson. You knew what he was going to do. The captain leading the charge. Can't say enough about Karl Anthony Towns. 24 points, a plus 26 tonight. On a bad knee. Tough. Gritty. Champed it out. Josh Hart with 12 off the bench. Mikal Bridges with 12. OG with 11. Mitchell Robinson was you got to give credit to the bench. Landry Shamet playing defense. He had 5 points. Precious Achua getting involved. Ariel Huck-Porty was in there. DeLon Wright. Miles McBride. Good for the New York Knicks, New York Knicks fans in New York City, not going quietly into the night. Let those kids get their Side Talk NYC video where they're going to be chanting Knicks in 7 tonight. Let those kids go crazy out there another time and live to fight another day. Game 6, Saturday. I told you in my open, the NBA does not want this series to be a gentleman's sweep. They had to sweep up Ant-Man, had to get him up out of here. But they didn't want there to be a whole week without NBA basketball leading up to the finals. This is New York. This is Market 1. The TNT broadcast, they weren't going to let Reggie Miller celebrate in the Garden on the last TNT broadcast. No way. The NBA, their headquarters somewhere around here, they said, no, not tonight. Brunson, do what you got to do. Cat, do what you got to do. And you know what? The biggest thing for me in this game is the Knicks defense. What the Halle Berry? What the Halliburton? How does Tyrese Halliburton only have 8 points? He was a minus 23 tonight. He was 0 for 2 shooting the 3. This guy in the game before had a triple-double. Completely different player. Completely different night. Their starting 5, only guy that had double digits was Pascal Siakam. So is it the Knicks or is it the Pacers? It's confusing. But I did also say the Pacers got to get on that flight anyway. They got to go back to Naptown. And so they know, like you know and I know, if the game was getting out of control, which it did get a little bit out of hand at times. I think the Knicks' largest lead was 20+, 22. I mean, they weren't going to fold up shop or they weren't going to collapse like they did in the first game. Brunson was feeling it. And the Pacers, they knew they were getting on that flight tonight anyway. They didn't have the same fight, and I give the Knicks credit. The defense stepped up, and when you look at the box score, all of their starters were in the negative for Indiana. Nembhard a minus 25, Halliburton a minus 23, Turner and Nesmith a minus 20. Like Nesmith had 1 3-point shot that he made. That was it. I mean, well done. Well done. The Knicks advance to a game 6, stay alive for another game, and now they're going to make you believe. That's another thing I've been saying. I don't envy you Knicks fans' position. 1 minute you're up, 1 minute you're down, 1 minute you think it's over, the next minute they're back. It's like I'm looking at these guys on TV right now. They're people embracing, hugging. We didn't lose. Nick is in New Jersey. Nick, you're on the fan.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. Love listening to your show. I'm a first-time caller. I just want to talk a little Knicks and a little baseball. And first of all, I'll say about the Knicks is this. Like, look, I'm not saying that they're going to win this series. Look, I'm very hopeful, but I'm not saying that they're going to win this thing. However, it's a one-game-at-a-time mentality that this team has to have, and I'm confident that they probably have it right now. And you know what? They came on the home court and they said, look, we're not going to let this team push us around. We're going to play really good defense. We're going to play physical, and we're going to shut them down, at least for tonight. And they got to do that in Indiana, too. Like I said, not locking them in to win the series. But you know what? It's one game at a time. And they played some really good defense tonight. So shout out to the bench. Shout out to the starters because they did a really good job. And I've been loving what Robinson's been giving them. And now on to a little baseball. So I just have one bone to pick with you, Keith. And this is really funny because I know you love to talk about Juan Soto. You love to talk about how much that he's been struggling a lot lately, which is fine. But there's a lot of players on the Yankees and the Mets for that matter they're both struggling. There's players on both teams struggling, right? And you want to pick at Juan Soto because of the contract. You want to pick at Juan Soto because he was a Yankee last year, and now the Mets have him, and the Yankees don't have him anymore, which is fine. But I can go up and down the list of Mets players that have been disappointing this season, and I can go up and down the list of Yankee players that have.
Let's do it. Let's go for it.
Well, my point is this, is that both teams are doing really well. I mean, Mets playing a harder division than the Yankees. I think we can both agree on that, right?
Yeah, but their strength of schedule, we can't say that they played tougher opponents.
No. Well, actually, you can because the Mets have to play, every team.
Not at all, bro. Not at all, bro. Look at who the Yankees just played in the last month. It's actually not particularly close with the Mets who they played.
Okay, you mean like in the last month? I thought you meant like for the whole.
In the whole season. If you look at who the Mets started off the season with, the Yankees have beat the most teams over 500 out of anybody in baseball.
Well, again, this is what I'm saying is this: is like both teams are in good standings right now. Look, the Mets are. I haven't checked today, but I know that they're like not that far in second.
They're 2.5 games back.
2.5 games back, which is like it's fine to be that in late May, early June.
For the Mets, that's great.
Doing really well. That's what I'm saying. And so like we can go up and down I know that like Devin Williams has been disappointing. I know you were saying like Anthony Volpe, like you were like, oh.
What?
Oh, you said that Anthony Volpe, hold on. You said that Anthony Volpe, you were like, I'm not going to pick on Anthony Volpe because he's given me what he needs to do for this team, right? Well, I think it's that, look, not that I'm saying that myself, but I think it's the case of other things because the next right now, I'm with
Bruh, we're talking about Volpe versus Juan Soto. You could actually put Volpe's numbers next to Juan Soto, and they're too close.
I mean it in the sense of like both teams have players that are doing really well. Both teams have players that are a little disappointing. My point is that they're both in good standing. So for you to just keep taking on Soto while the Mets are doing well, like if the Mets are doing bad, I would be like, dude, this is like completely fair game. Like you can completely take as many shots as you want at Soto because the Mets are doing bad and they need this guy to step up. But you know what? Brandon Nimmo's been lackluster, right? Mark Vientos has struggled a lot. Right, Pete Alonso started out great. He's cooled off a little bit. Not that I'm going to sit here and roast Pete.
Because Pete carried them already. Pete did all the heavy lifting in the beginning. You can't compare Nimmo and Vientos to the expectations of a Juan Soto. Nobody's picking on Juan Soto. It's just peculiar. It is odd. This is not Juan Soto that we have seen. This is the worst stretch of his career.
I understand that he has been struggling, but you know what? It's like there's so many guys that have come to the Mets in the past and have had lackluster first season.
So it sounds like a Mets problem. Thanks for the call, Nick. 888-808-1019, but I'm not going for it. I'm not jacking it, bro. Like, what are we talking about? The Yankees' strength of schedule, who they played and defeated, is much greater than the Mets. If you guys got to go to Fangraphs or Baseball Savant, do it. I don't do that. I just know it. When you want to talk about players in Major League Baseball, the expectations of a Juan Soto are not close to the expectations of a Mark Vientos. We don't know what Mark Vientos is. This is his second year. He wasn't even up here. I think he just got up here at this time last year. I'm not looking at Mark Vientos homered yesterday. He had a 3-run homer against the White Sox. Juan Soto went hitless in the whole series. Vientos has to split time. Vientos is DHing. I can't compare Vientos and Nimmo. Not like the team. Come on, yo. The team has Juan Soto, and he's supposed to be the piece to put them over the top, right? The team is not looking at Nimmo and Vientos like they're supposed to be the guys. They don't have that fat contract. They don't have the resume that Juan Soto has. They don't have a World Series ring. They don't have the All-Stars. They don't have a batting title. What is weird is how many of you are trying to absolve Juan Soto because the Mets are winning, because the Mets are good. What is strange is how many of you are trying to coddle Juan Soto, big bad Juan Soto, Mr. Shuffle, Mr. Stare a pitcher down, Mr. Show up an umpire, catcher, and pitcher. Where have we gone? Judge got booed last year. I believe it was on the day that John Sterling retired and was honored. I think he went 0 for 4 that day and got booed. You know why? Because Judge signed for big money. It's supposed to be like that. You can't go 0 for 4. So now we have to have some type of grace for Juan Soto, who's supposed to be a top 5 player in baseball, who finished 3rd in AL MVP. Maybe it's not me, folks. Maybe it's not me picking on Juan Soto. Maybe it's me being real. I told you I was betting on the guy. I told you I'm expecting to see what I saw last year from the guy because he's so dramatic. He's supposed to be an automatic player. He's supposed to be above pressure. He's supposed to be above the media and the fans' criticism. He's supposed to step in that batter's box and destroy baseballs because he's one of the best hitters we've ever seen. Why is he not now? I've read that his bat speed is down. He's just not the same player. It's not me. I don't think Ron Soto's listening to my shows at night, man, or follow me on Instagram or Twitter. Like, won't stop talking about me. That's my job. Shame on anybody that covers New York sports that's not talking about Juan Soto every day. When is he gonna hit? We're waiting for it. And when Juan Soto hits, I'm gonna say, there he is. There's the guy you paid for. There's the guy I watched the last 5 years. Here's the generational Juan Soto. Scott Boras told us he's the Centurion. He's one of the best players in a century. He's going to make whatever team signs him billions. Okay. To do that, you got to win, though. To do that, you got to hit home runs. You got to drive in runs with runners in scoring position. He's batting under 130 with runners in scoring position. What are we talking about? Am I losing it? Chris is in Bay Ridge on the fan. What's up, Chris?
Hey, Keith. How's it going?
It's going.
So I think we let Juan Soto off the hook remember when we booed Aaron Judge in the ALDS when we lost him to the Giants? I think we didn't show him what true New Yorkers are. And we didn't do him the entire time at the Yankees because, quite frankly, he was pretty good for us.
I was going to say, he was blue proof, Chris, which, like, I remember listening to Big Mac show one night. I'm texting Big Mac. I'm like, bro, everybody else, I've been in that stadium 40, 50 games a year for the last few years. They booed Hal Steinbrenner bringing the check out to Derek Jeter. Soto was the only guy that was boo proof because you could tell fans were trying to do their part to court him and get him to come back. You're right. He should have been booed, but he never really gave us the opportunity to.
Exactly. I agree with you. And he goes to Queens, he struggled a bit. And now he's getting a taste of what New York is like. And quite frankly, if you struggle in New York, you're going to hear it.
And we can't leave out that he returned to the place that he was boo-proof. And we heard the loudest boos we've ever heard for any player in history during the Subway Series.
And yeah, exactly. I'm 25. I've never heard anybody get booed louder than him. And we booed Stanton when he was open 400 and Yankee City.
I was there. I'm telling you, I've lived it. I've been in the seats. I've been around all of the boos. Stanton has heard it plenty. Judge has heard it plenty. I mean, they chanted, "We want Weaver," while Devin Williams was, trying to get his first out in an inning. Like this, it just is what it is. But I really think what it is, and thanks for the call, Chris. Juan Soto did not realize what he was actually doing. Going to the highest bidder, but staying in New York. Okay, and I think that's what he's adjusting to. Damn. Yeah, the money is great. The Mets facilities are great. They're, great owner, great manager, great president of baseball operations, great teammates, great everything, first class. But damn, the pressure of being the man over here while also having half the city rooting for me to fail, like, it's a lot. He didn't take the money and go across the country. He didn't take the money and go out of the country to Toronto. I remember saying he should be a Red Sox because I didn't want to talk about it as much. I literally said I'd rather him be a Boston Red Sox and be in the division against the Yankees than to go across town and stay with the Mets because I knew what it was going to be, good or bad. But don't you dare for a second think that you can tell the Yankee fan to not enjoy this, not celebrate it. We know it's not forever. We know it's temporary, but it's the beginning of 15 years. So let's say the first couple months of 15 years that we're enjoying watching him struggle. We're laughing. We're pulling up his numbers. We're saying, what's happened? What's going on? That is our right as fans. The same people that cheered him on, the same people that didn't boo him, the same people that wanted him back. Yes, we have the right to be like, damn, real Metsy over there, bro. That Mets jersey, I told you. We tried to tell you, Juan. We tried to tell you, bro. If you're going to stay in New York, there's only one side to stay on. Now you deal with that. You adjust to that. You figure that out. And that's the job of the Mets as well. 888-808-1019, hoping to take some Knicks calls. That's the job of the Mets. I told you, Steve Cohen ran him an extra million. Hey, just do the shuffle. I'll give you the million in your account. Just do it. They're talking about the shuffle one. Just give us a. You don't have to hit. I know the hitting is. Just give us a shuffle. I'll give you an extra. Look at the people in the street. Right, the last one they gonna get. Good. Party is on outside Penn Station, Madison Square Garden. It is packed. Side Talk NYC is getting their viral videos. Coming up next, we'll do the big shot of the night. My last hour on the fan, a 5-hour AM to AM. I'm sure we'll get a bunch of calls on the Knicks, on Juan Soto, on the Yankees, on the Mets. Keith McPherson on the fan. I'll be right back. I'm not frozen. Was I frozen? I'm not frozen. All right, I'll be back. And I'll hit some push-ups out here too, as a matter of fact. Oh, oh man. Get these push-ups in. All right, where's my keys? Be right back. Let me put the away message on for y'all, just in case anybody else pops in. Be right back. Let me hit the RT. All right.
Like I'm Jordan Damer, the sports flash is talking about the Morrison. The Knicks not dead yet. Back into the 4. Knicks came out with a different energy from jump. 2 nights ago, they got 43 points in the first quarter. They held the Pacers to 45. Wire to wire. Jalen Brunson dominated 32 points. It is questionable. He through with 24 points and 13 rebounds. Tyrese Halliburton held to just 8 points as the Pacers committed 20 turnovers in 6 for Saturday night. Yankees and Mets both of the winning Stanley Cup playoffs. Oilers headed back to the start 6-3. There, Islanders new GM Matthew Darcy, their head coach is up to 5.
And the big shot of the night is brought to you by WFAN and me, Keith McPherson. Bright lights, big city. We got a bunch of big shots. But tonight's big shot of the night goes to Big Body Brunson, the captain. Number 11, the most clutch player in the NBA, the clutch player of the year. You knew it. You were banking on it. Maybe you bet on it. He goes out there and leads the way. 32 points. A plus 18 in the game with 5 assists, 5 rebounds. Hitting all his free throws, 4 of 7 from deep, 12 of 18. Setting the tone, having some big moments, some big shots. And he's the big shot of the night as the Knicks get their second win in the series. And they force a Game 6 back in Indiana. And they don't allow the Pacers to end their season on the floor in Madison Square Garden tonight. Inside the 11 p.m. hour, my last hour on the fan. Let's go back to the phones and see what they're talking about. 888-808-1019. Mario, Long Beach. I know you're watching. Yeah, where is this? This is what I keep saying. I'm like, if they can turn this on and do this with their backs against the wall, facing elimination, can they do this in Indiana? Can they force it back to the? It's like the defense that they played. You just heard the update: 20 turnovers, and the thing that stands out the most for me, points in the paint. 60 points in the paint compared to the 34 points that the Pacers had. This was the best game they played in the whole playoff.
Yeah, but I know you probably didn't get a chance to watch that close if you weren't there. But they did make some changes. He had broken off the ball a little bit. He had a lot of times where he was. He didn't even score in the second quarter. He could have scored 50 tonight if you wanted. If they wanted, without a doubt.
Yeah, and then I guess that was the recipe tonight. I did notice, how many minutes the bench got, like Landry Shamet getting 14, him playing defense, being fired up, DeLon Wright getting 10, Miles McBride 18. I did see some shots, but yeah, you're right. When you're in here hosting and talking about he who shall not be named and the Yankees and all this other stuff, it is tough to see the rotations in the minutes. But either way, work.
I always wanted to see how he thinks. He's been playing well. You know what he's thinking. He had a 5 points today, so that's wrong. And let me just add one thing before I go. Halliburton, I noticed this before, that he lacks any awareness. Not even that he scored. He didn't even shoot. What was he doing? And I saw this before in a couple of playoff series in the past, where he does something. Because I know he was in his competition when he had that big game. Oh, he's playing in London. He's not playing in London. Not even close, man. Second thing on my court.
Thanks for the call, Mario. What a perplexing Pegasus we are riding with this Knicks team. I'm not ready to say that Halliburton isn't funny. The screen says, what the hell? I already said, what the hell? What the Halle Berry? What the Halliburton? Like, what happened? What happened to this guy in Game 5? Was he paid off? Minus 23? Like you said, he didn't shoot. He took 7 shots. He wanted to do it at home. That's why people be thinking the NBA is rigged for like, how did he go from 32 points and a triple-double in the last game, having his way, taking what he wanted, finding an open man, knocking down threes, getting to the hoop, to having nothing? The guy that threw up the choke sign in the guard, the guy that took the There's 2 games in the Garden. Their starting 5 did nothing. Siakam led them with 15, and like I said, in my open, I talked about the Pacers getting back on that flight. They're getting on that flight regardless, win or lose. So the Knicks had to keep the crowd in it. The Knicks had to run away with it. They had to be in control. And if that happens, which it did, it's not like the Pacers are going to have enough fight. They're not going to have enough energy to go back at the Knicks, knowing that, hey, this is going back to our place and we're up. 888-808-1019. Tony is in West Haven, Connecticut, next on the fan.
Hey, that's what I thought too. I thought they were holding off. They want to win it at home. But Knicks just pretty confident. And they were on every aspect of the ball. They really shut them down. Towns was huge inside. I mean, drove the ball inside. He wasn't afraid to go in there and pound the basket. And Brunson, of course, I mean, you can't say enough about him. I mean, he's everywhere. He's popping shots left, right. That's what they got to do. They can't let the Pacers free. They give them 10 feet. They should be free. And they're not a good job. They play defense. They got to put their hands up. They got to stop them before that. I mean, they do that. On the free tonight, but they just didn't make it. Well, you don't even look about this at home on Saturday. They're going to make these passes, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the defense was better, but yeah, you can't give them open looks in their building.
Yeah, you can't. And they're giving them space to take these open shots. I mean, they're not going to miss these forever. You know, Halliburton isn't going to be like Halliburton. I know he just didn't do anything tonight when he pressed for Saturday. I feel that they want to do it at home. They want to do them up at home.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to give credit to the Knicks, but I'm with you on that too. Thanks for the call, Tony. Also got to hit your free throws as I'm looking at the box score. 15 to 22 from the charity stripe. In the next game, you got to be better there. But I said this too. As I'm looking back at my notes in my open, the Western Conference Finals is over. The NBA Finals starts a week from today. There was no way the Knicks were going to lose this game in New York, in the Garden, and give us a week off from NBA basketball. Now we get a game Saturday, back in Indiana, and we'll see what type of energy the Pacers have. Belief is needed now more than ever. If you're a Knicks fan, you need to believe that they can go to Indiana and they can play well. They won a game there. They've been road warriors. They've won more games on the road than they've won in the Garden. You need to believe that, okay, they will be able to rest tonight, tomorrow, and when they get on the floor Saturday night, they'll bring the intensity and the defensive energy and the hustle and the fight that they need to steal that game and bring it back to the Garden. 888-808-1019. John is in Babylon on the fan. What's up, John?
Yes, sir. Randy Shannon. Holy cow.
Yeah, when he stripped McConnell and then looked at the crowd, I'm like, this guy, I mean, I know he's a journeyman. I know we didn't think much of him, but he's a veteran, and he's making the most of his opportunity. Like, he did play with the Nets. He did play with the Suns. I forget who else he played with and got some experience and some run.
Yeah, big move by Tiz, putting it in there. You started a three-point shooter.
Yeah, stay ready so you ain't got to get ready. Like, this is a guy ready for the moment. And it's funny because he didn't play in the first round. He didn't play really in the second round. Here we are in the Eastern Conference Finals, and he's shining.
I know. I love it, man. Hey, have a good night. Let's go there.
Thanks for the call. Also, Josh Hart. Shout out to my boy Dre who's on it. He said Josh Hart, not just with 12 points off the bench, a double-double off the bench. And after he stunk up the place in the last game, you knew he had to get right. Josh, heart of the city, heart of the Knicks, you knew he was going to bring the right energy. I mean, I'm going to give props all around. I think I called out Mikal Bridges to rise. I mean, he played defense. He was a plus 13. He had 12 points. 0 for 3 from 3. He might as well just stop that to the mid-range. A steal, 5 assists, 3 rebounds. OG Anunoby, 3 steals, 4 rebounds, 11 points. Hit 1 of his 7 attempts from deep. Karl Anthony Towns deserves a ton of respect and credit too. Karl Anthony Towns with the bum knee, game time decision. He played tough. I swear he's always getting hit. He's always getting hacked. going through the lane and they don't call it because of how big he is, pause, his size, pause, his, 7-footer. But that's a gutsy performance from a guy from the area who knows, like, yo, I got to go out there and play. 13 rebounds to go with his 24 and a game high plus 26. Jesus is in Jersey next up on the fan. What's up, man?
Hey man, I just wanted to say I'm proud of my Knicks for doing their thing, and I don't know if everything was said because of last 2 minutes of the first game. You know what I'm saying? They hold it down, and with good defense, good news. You gotta stay close to them.
Belief is needed now more than ever. If you are a diehard fan, die hard. If you are a diehard fan, you are chanting Knicks in 7. If you are a diehard fan, you can't wait for Saturday. And you know what's crazy too? Like, as much as I think the Pacers wanted to go back home, and I keep talking about how they had to get on that flight, and they looked trash tonight. They looked like they were not interested tonight, and they knew, like, yeah, okay, Pacers in, going back to New York. We got to get this one. Anything can happen in game 6. Injuries happen. Illness happens. Like you already saw Porzingis get sick. You already saw Tatum go down. Like anything can happen to change who's on the floor, how they play in the next couple of days. You don't wish it on anybody, but these are human beings. And now the Knicks have this film, and the Knicks have this game they're going to watch, and they're going to try and adapt off of. And Rick Carlisle is going to try and do some things too. Let's see. As much as we talked about Rick Carlisle coaching Tom Thibodeau, I'm going to watch this game back when I'm not in here hosting the show and talking about Jazz Chisholm and Mark and Brandon Nimmo. Like, I do want to see who's adjusting for me. And I did notice, obviously, the bench in the game early. It's a team game and a team win. And it after plus 8. I don't know. Knicks fans, call me up. Tell me how you feel. Joe is in the Bronx. I'm a fan. What's up, Joe? Just bringing in the Knicks fans after a big win, staying alive, seeing how you guys are feeling about the team in the series.
Awesome. So that's kind of what I'm today. I think it's, there's been happening going to the end of the take it. Great money. He was time make this a shot. They were even in the court with Oliver and make sure they didn't get any transition points. Also blaming the court. What happened in game 1? It's never going to happen again. Very unlikely. This, way bigger chance to come back. So, just staying optimistic as well.
Have to. Thanks for the call, Joe. You have to stay optimistic. The series is not over. Crazier things have happened. Like I said, anything can happen as far as health. And yeah, what you said about like I always say, it's a tale of each game. Each game is a different lap in the race. Each game is independent. It's on its own. It's different, and you're not going to get another Neesmith game. And also the last game that the Knicks played where, the ball goes through the hoop, the Pacers are grabbing it, and they're pushing it down the court, they're throwing it down the court, their pace is up. Like they didn't have that tonight. And part of that is the Knicks being prepared for that. So let's see how they adjust. Now the pressure is on them. Because if they don't win game 6 at home in front of their fans, they got to come back to New York. They don't want to come back to New York. The Knicks are going to give everything to force it back to New York. Mike is in Clifton Park. What's up, Mike? You're on the fence.
Hey, how's it going? A good Knicks win. Do you think the Pacers can get overconfident and fall flat on their face? Because I think they might be the underdog, and now that they're not, I think they're overconfident. And like you said, they want to win at home. But if they have that mindset, they may fall flat on their face. They may be getting too overconfident and arrogant, and they make the game lack. And Knicks do better as the underdog. So your thoughts, Keith, and thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mike. I kind of had that thought when I saw Halliburton walking off the court with a smile, kind of with a cheese, like, yeah, whatever. Like, yeah, I got that one. We'll see you in Indy. he pulled up tonight in the 50-cent T-shirt, and when you're up in the series, you can get confident, you can get comfortable. When you're up in the series, let not, because that's the first out of 3 games to lose it. I repeat, that is the first out of 3. Like, they have to lose 3 in a row. It could happen, but also, like, history is on their side. So maybe they're thinking, yeah, like I said, they're going back. And when you get to this part of the series, it isn't 2-2. No matter what, they were flying back to Indy tonight. So at points in that game, they let up. And points of that game, they're probably like, hey, it's not our night. It's rocking in here. They made the adjustments. They're making the plays. Brunson is on one. Cat is doing his thing. Their bench is playing well. They got it. All right, we'll see you Saturday. And like I said, the NBA, whether you think it's rigged or not, the NBA did not want it to be a whole week without them playing basketball. They did not want another gentleman's week. It goes back to Indy, and we'll see who's who and what is what and who shows up. Okay. All the Knicks fans that showed up on the line are cleared. People that have been waiting to talk about the Yankees, Juan Soto, it's your turn. Brian in West Palm back on the fan. What's up, Brian? Brian, you there? All right, Brian's on hold. My show is evaporating. I have no time. But Steve and Freehold, you're in there. Go for it, Steve.
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
So look, I want to let you know, you're my favorite show on the fan. You always say when I'm sitting here, I'm a diehard Yankee fan like you.
Thanks.
That called a while ago. Was that guy, is he ever going or what?
I don't know what I'm like, yo, let's go through the players. What are we talking about? Let's go through the opponents. And not to cut you off, the Yankees have played better teams than the Mets. They have the most wins against 500 or better teams in baseball. And we cannot compare Juan Soto's performance letting the team down to Brandon Nimmo letting the team down, or Mark Vientos letting the team down, or any Yankees. He threw Devin Williams and Anthony Volpe's performance in with Juan Soto.
Right. That brings me to a point, too, because we had to hear about how when we got Devin Williams, Alonso broke Devin Williams. Well, I was at that Saturday game when the Mets played the Yankees, and they broke Soto. He might be done for the next 15. Stay on this team. You know how they are. Uncle Steve likes to take people away when you got Scherzer and Verlander, and they don't perform. They're gone. Right?
Thanks for the call, Steve. I was at that Friday game where Boone decided to put Devin Williams into the game to strike out Pete Alonso. Mark Vientos struck out the side. That's when I left. I said, all right, I'm about to drive to a fan. I've seen enough. Alonso doesn't own Devin Williams. And it's crazy to even mention it. Shout out to Nick, man. I know you said you're a fan of the show and all that, but like, that was a miss, bro. That was a miss. You guys keep trying to coddle and kid gloves the most paid player in the sport. We've seen be a dog. We've seen dominate the sport. Now he's looking like he's going to be requesting a trade out of there. And maybe Steve Cohen is down for it. Bring Billy Epler back to maneuver the deadline. Trade Watson. They're not trading Watson. He's going to come around for a win. That's got nothing to do with last call is the Yankees. Yeah, we definitely did. We knew that. That's the past now. You ain't got to worry about them. You ain't got to come back to the game. You got to worry about his own fans doing it. You got to worry about the 7 line turning their backs on him. They would never. Let's see if Brian in West Palm is ready to go. Brian, you're back on the fan. Oh, he went to bed. It's 11:20. I'll be forgetting. I don't go to sleep till 3:30 on average. The last couple nights I've been going to sleep early. I said earlier in the show, if the Yankees were only going to score 1 run, I could have went to bed at 10 p.m. I naturally fell asleep at like 12:06 was the last time I remember, and I woke up at like 2 something. How do we get out of there? Who closed the game? Mark Leiter Jr. Rob is in Central Islip. Hopefully he's awake. Hello, Rob.
Hey, listen, I'm wide awake, Steve, and you got to be careful. Talking all this crap about Juan Soto, you're going to get all the tough guys calling you again a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Yes, I'll have to do all that.
Yeah, I got one you 2 weeks ago, and all those guys were calling me. I'm gonna try and tell you, I really like your show because you got all these ideas I like and you get them really excited. So you're a good dude, so don't even, I mean, another call, it's going to bring you out to everyone. So don't get that happen.
Yeah. What bothers me is like I can't get at all these people that get at me. I don't know these people, but they know me. I can't write back to all these people. There's too many of them. That's what gets me. I can't fight fire with fire. I just gotta take it.
No, yeah, you're a good guy. But, what I want to do again with Juan Soto, I don't want to let fans are tagging so much. When you have a good team right now, the healthy is good. You only have to complain about is Juan Soto. Juan Soto said, he's going to be 15 years for the best. He's going to have a worse record in the next 15 years, believe me. You know that, I know that. But right now, year one, he's going to bounce back. We all know that.
Yeah, but when is what we want to know. Thanks for the call, Rob. Yeah, I don't care about no tough guys on the phone and on the internet. I gotta deal with it. That's the main thing with me is like, man, it's mad corny and annoying. Like, I get all these people writing all these things. I'm like, I'll never see you guys. I can never. Like, it just comes with the territory. Juan Soto sucks, and now I suck. People are mad at me. People want to fight me. People, whatever. If you get that worked up about it, maybe you should do something else. Touch grass, punch air, walk. When is Juan Soto going to be Juan Soto again? 888-808-1019. Are the Knicks going to be able to force a game 7? 888-808-1019. That's what we're on for the most part. That's what we're talking about for the most part. I don't know why anybody would be taking up for Juan Soto. Definitely no Yankee fan. And now the Met fan, it's not about like if Juan Soto was performing, would we be in first place? No, it's about okay, this guy has been a disappointment. And it's compounded. The same thing that compounds it for Juan Soto, the fact that he stayed in New York and went to the other team, that's what's compounding it for the Met fan. It's like, damn, these Yankee fans, when can we beat them? We thought we were big bro. We thought this was the changing of the guard. We thought this was the move that would actually like put us at, and the more things change, the more things stay the same. Still a Met. It's a typical Met. So Metsy. Juan Soto doesn't even want to be a Met. You feel bad about being a Met, Juan. You want to be a Yankee? That's the funniest part of it. The funniest part is like, as much as we try to tell you, it was the money. And I took calls and read all things about, no, there's a better future. Oh, you guys just can't deal with the fact that he'd rather be a yeah, all right. Don't look like you want to be a Met now. Look like he wishes he was with the first place New York Yankees with the largest lead of any first place team in baseball, who just keeps winning series after series after series while he grounds out and can't get a hit against the White Sox. Let's go to Jay in New Jersey on the fan. Jay, what up?
Hey, Jimmy, what's going on? First time, long time.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I just want to say all the talk about running cash for this, buy cash for that. Looking pretty good this plan B over here.
Plan B, shout out to Big Mac, who's in the newsroom, and he was the first to say Plan B sucks. And I was like, Plan B sucks. Yes, but it looks better with more moves. It looks great now when the moves work out.
Oh, yeah, looking good. And, you know, I hope the Mets are enjoying Juan Soto. But Plan B, this definitely just the way to go, yeah.
Thanks for the call, Jay. There were some people in baseball that knew. There were a lot of people, actually. They were like, the Yankees have more holes than Juan Soto. The Yankees have more issues than a right fielder who's an average fielder, projects to be a DH. They have a plus right fielder and better hitter in there. The Yankees could make some other move, and they have. So Plan B sucked initially because all we could think of as Yankee fans was we got back to the World Series. Let's run it back. John Carlos Stanton said that. Ryan Westphal wanted to talk about Stanton, right? Stanton was the one when they asked him, he said to Juan Soto, hey, Juan, hey, Stanton, what's your message to Juan Soto? I would stay with him. wanted to run it back. They all wanted to run it back. The Yankees can get back to the World Series, but if they don't, the Met fan can say, "Up, you need Juan Soto. You didn't get there without Juan Soto." What are the Mets going to do this year? Where are the Mets going to land with Juan Soto? If Juan Soto doesn't turn it on, like his numbers, he's going to have a down year if he doesn't turn it on soon. He's not going to be an all-star if he doesn't turn it on. He's probably not going to be an all-star. I mean, he'll get the votes because he's Juan Soto. He's probably not going to be an all-star. And the whole thing is, you got to the NLCS and lost to the Dodgers. Juan Soto was supposed to put you over the top. This watered-down version of Juan Soto, this pressing, this struggling, this not hanging with runners in scoring position, not being the automatic, systematic, automatic robot that we're used to seeing. Steve Cohen, David Stern, Carlos Mendoza problem that you now inherited, and it's on you to figure out. It's for the Mets. Mendoza's got to coach it out of him. Eric Chavez got to coach it out of him. John is in massive people on the and the Knicks are still alive in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, I'm good. Good night, Keith. First, before I talk about the Knicks, I want to give you props. I listened to you for a little over a year, and I really love the fact that you're a Knicks fan, and you have a finger on the pulse of the Knicks fan, and you legitimately seems like you're legitimately rooting for the Knicks to play well, and that's
Take it easy. Well, I never rooted for the Knicks a day in my life, but I do love basketball. I've watched basketball since I can remember, and I just think I'd be a fool. I think I'd be a whole dumbass to get on here and talk about the Nets. Like, I just really think that would be stupid. I'm a solo host, right? I'm not in here with 4 other people talking, 3 other people talking. I think being the first guy that's on the mic after the Knicks win, like, it's my responsibility to talk to y'all and play it down the middle and be a New Yorker, be a host, and to be a Nets fan. The Nets are irrelevant. They've been eliminated for a long time. They were never making the playoffs. So, in a historic run like we're seeing this year, I'm just not. My ego isn't that big to think that my fandom is bigger than the end.
well, I appreciate that, and as Knicks fans, we appreciate you playing it down the middle as you do. But I wanted to speak about real quick. The Knicks played yesterday tonight. They played harder. The Pacers, like you said, they seem like, oh, no big deal. We'll go back to Indiana on Saturday. But the Knicks got to play desperate on Saturday, and the Pacers probably in the back of their mind still feel like they can come back to the ball in Game 7. So I think that's a help for the Knicks. But I think the X factor for the Knicks, what I've been seeing, and I hate to say it, is Mikal Bridges. When he shoots 50% or has a good shooting percentage and hits those little 6-foot, 8-foot jump shots, changes the whole offense, opens up the floor. And when he doesn't shoot well, it seems like it's an issue. And I think he's the X factor. Obviously, Brunson and Cat got to play well, but I think it's going to come down to Mikal Bridges on Saturday night, hitting 50%, 55% from the field with his little shot. And again, I appreciate you, and I love listening to your show. You're doing a great job.
John, thank you. Appreciate the compliments. And, just going back to the Nets thing, I know you guys listen to WFAN. I know Evan is a Nets fan. I know Sean is a Nets fan. I am not them, and I'm not trying to be, and I can't pretend to be. And they have each other, and then they have positive comments. like, I get on here, I have a different producer every night. So I can't even play the back and forth with the producer. I get on here, and I've watched these games, and I've watched the NBA, and I read these articles, and I put together my thoughts, and I'm prepared to host the show for the city. And I haven't even, in this whole run, gotten to the point where I said, you're cooked or whatever. Now, I do think the series is over. I don't think the Pacers lose 3 in a row. But I came in here tonight telling you I thought that the Knicks would win, and I gave you a bunch of reasons. I've gone over them. And I also might have been a game early, and going back to what John was saying, I think I might have been a game early on Mikal Bridges. The shot that you're talking about is his mid-range shot. That's his game, honestly. I've seen him do that with the Nets. I talk about when he was with the Nets, and he was hitting his mid-range shots at first. I'm like, yo, he's baby KD. He's got a mid-range game like KD. When you're hitting those shots, that can get you 10, 15, 20 points a night. He shouldn't be shooting the 3. He was 0 for 3 from 3. Pump fake on the 3. Put the ball on the floor. go in and hit the mid range. I think that will be what he does in the next game. I was saying, everybody knows Brunson's going to have the ball. Everybody's going to be keen on Brunson. Okay, but it was a different strategy with Brunson. He did hit his shots. He hit 4 threes and he made plays. He did have 5 assists too. Everybody's going to be looking at Karl Anthony Towns, and he did his thing. But who is going to be the third guy to rise? Josh Hart, I guess you could say tonight he had 12, but then also a double-double. Now, Mikal Bridges offensively might have to rise in Game 6. And also going back to the Pacers, they're playing with fire. It's a dangerous game to play thinking, we'll just get them on the next one. We'll just go back home. Yeah, y'all got this one tonight. We'll turn it on in Indy. Because like I said, guys can get sick, guys can get hurt. And then also you can't underestimate, these are pros, bro. You can't underestimate a guy just eating his Wheaties that day. You can't underestimate guys just being dialed and locked in and getting the eye of the tiger that day. Not in the Eastern Conference Finals. You can't underestimate Karl Anthony Towns eating a sensu bean and all of a sudden his knee doesn't hurt. So it is not over. It is not over. But I do think it's just a ridiculous mountain to climb for this Knicks team who can't put together back-to-back wins in a series, who already blew Game 1 to win 3 in a row. Because if they were to win 3 in a row, that would mean that they would have won 5 out of 7 games in this series, essentially, because the first game they had won and they blew it in the last 2 minutes. 888-808-1019. Let's go to Ross in Bergen County. So when do we break? Good. How are you?
Doing all right, man. They're gonna find a way to celebrate no matter what. I think it's one thing, if they win this, regardless, you go to this game, they gotta win regardless. Don't care if they win by 1 or 21. But I think the fact that you saw this is kind of like a pretty convincing win. It's after not only getting one, but pretty convincing at that. And it was even essentially with that 3 wins left on the season, don't repeat game 1, like you just said. Let's say, perfect world they do in this series. They tend to win 5 or 7, theoretically won 5 or 7, because of just the way they lost game 1. And just whatever you lose, don't have a repeat of that because you're up, 20-ish, you would have got 3 minutes to go. The fact that they held it down, you just did it was kind of the sense in any sport too that they were kind of the ones that were comfortable tonight because, they didn't really need the win. Obviously, we needed it. But at the same time, the fact that they held it down, they lost it and lost shut the game down. I think if anything, you got to take as many positives as you get going back into game 6. But there was some pregame too. You gotta have the one game of the content mentality. You don't look at it as 3 straight wins. You look at it just to win the game tonight because there is no tomorrow. You don't win tonight's game. So it's just that, man. But it's the one game at a time.
One game at a time is the only way to look at it for the Knicks and New York Knicks fans. The Pacers are looking at it as one more win and not letting it get to Game 7. And that makes it for a compelling Game 6, and that's what the NBA wants. I'm pumped up for it. We're going to be out in Brooklyn on Saturday, BK Backyard. We'll have the Dodgers-Yankees game on at 7, and then the Knicks-Pacers game on at 6. 151 Banker Street, and a bunch of Yankee fans, influencers, media types. I know a lot of teams are going to be out there. College Day, Pete Maniscalco, makeshift project for myself. So go to Brooklyn if you want to watch the Knicks, if you want to watch the Yankees. I've got about 20 minutes left. I got a break. I'll take the rest of the calls that I've got on the phone. Keep McPherson on the fan. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. Let me see. Um, all right, let me turn my headphones down. I had to get this goofy out the paint, bro. These types, this dude has 0 followers. Um, this ninja definitely said the series is over. It is, and didn't want to take Knicks calls yesterday. Okay, I definitely took Knicks calls yesterday. I had a 2-hour show, and it's recorded live on my YouTube if you need to go back. F. Kyrie, KD, Kyrie, Harden, and the entire Nets organization. You can't talk about the Knicks without using the Nets as a source of reference. You can't win with some people, so just had to block him so like he can't come back on the Twitter. Um, and like these people are fucking losers. You have a Spider-Man picture, and this is what I'm talking about. Like this is the type of stuff that I gotta deal with all day, every day. It comes with the territory. You know who I am. I don't know who you are, so I just gotta deal with it, right? That's why, honestly, having conversations with management, my team, come June, I just gotta ignore it. It's gotten to the point where like I can only interact with the positive. I gotta ignore all the negative. It's too much. Juan Soto just left the Diddy party. You guys are funny. Poor Mets. Mets better get their refund back. Another Bobby Bonilla. Yeah, the Knicks, of course, had a chance in their own building. They were favored in the game. If they had any pride, respect, dignity, that's like they just did that. Like they just won the game. But they have to win 2 more games. And with what I just said, it essentially would be winning 5 out of 7. If they do that, I'll come on and I'll be like, damn, I was wrong. Not a single Yankee fan alive cares that Soto went to the Mets, especially the Yankees are better. Yeah, like I'm not hurting for Soto. You think I'm watching the Yankee game? Like, man, I wish Juan Soto was coming up next. No, exactly. Well, he's got 14 years and 4 months to turn it around for the Mets. Like, I'm not a Met fan. The meat, like, I'm not beat for that, buddy. I'm not beat for all that. Like, I'm a Yankee fan. I want the Yankees to win. And like it is a win for the Yankees that they did not sign. Oh shit. Wow. I almost broke Evans Juan Soto bobblehead. Or not Juan Soto. I almost broke the Lindor. Let me get some push-ups in there. This is probably my last break. 25. Oh, that boy ready. Okay. I think I gotta update my iOS. I think that's what it is. I gotta update the iOS as well as the Elgato software so that I can use this. I was using it and it's not connected. As much as I pay for StreamYard, it should be better, honestly. It should be a lot better. What else they talking about, man? You guys ready to play third? Yeah. Damn. Yeah, this dude's a whole bozo, and I keep acknowledging him. Eastern Conference, he's still talking about Soto. Yeah, bro, let me show you for the slow-mos like that who got blocked out of the chat. Here's some inside baseball. See the topics? Soto / Knicks. Knicks / Soto. Soto. Knicks, Yanks, Knicks. Newsflash. This is New York. Newsflash. Knicks fans, a lot of them are also Mets fans, Yankees fans. Demon D, appreciate you, bro. You already know. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah. Party on. Not done yet. Congratulations, Knicks fans. It was not the funeral. Congratulations, Knicks tape, NYK. Go New York, go New York, go. New York versus everyone. You did not let those corn farmers come in here and knock you down and end your season. You live to fight another night, Saturday night, at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. So we will have another game in the Eastern Conference Finals as the Knicks are facing elimination and the Pacers are trying to advance. I won't tell you the number to dial. I usually tell you 888-808-1019 all the time, but don't call because I don't have enough time to get through all these calls. I've got about 10 minutes, but Big Mac is in the bullpen warming up. He's going to come through. Actually, I don't know. I consider myself the closer because I close the night. But I guess, like, maybe we're going to extra innings. Yeah, like really, Big Mac would be he'd be the starter. Nick says you're Max Fried. 5 innings of Max Fried coming up. That's a lot of pressure, Big Mac. I don't want to put that kind of pressure on him, bro. He can handle it. He's a professional. Big Mac's been at this for a long time. Longer than Max Fried has. 888-808-1019 is the number to dial to talk to Big Mac. Let me get my calls out the way. Steve McPherson on the fan, wrapping up another 5-hour AM to AM. I told you we're going to have fun tonight. I told you I'd be here, win or lose. It ain't about me and my basketball team that I picked when Jordan retired and I was living in Monmouth County, New Jersey. Like, oh, yes. Mike is in Lido Beach on the fan. What's up, Mike? Good. How are you?
You know, any player who's been for a while, for the first one, you Jesus, any worst week, you know, you prove them too. The different stretches for very long season. It's a marathon. And you just got to get a chance. And you can't, his bat speed is not what it was last year. But I can tell as long as I think he's hurt, you got to give him some time, he'll either work through it or go fix him or let him rest for a while. And we'll see the one sort that we're used to. I think you just got to give him some time.
Some more time. Yeah. And Jeter only played for one squad. He didn't have this much pressure on him even when he signed his contract. So I don't know. If there's ever was a time, the time is now against the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, that's right. I can't maybe he'll start doing it. But Indiana right now. I mean, if they're not winning this next game, they got to come like Game 7 in New York. You think they want to do that?
Hell no. Hell no, they don't. It's not like last year.
And down by 1 in the 19 right now, you know, they could win. But I tell you what, actually, not 11. Guess how many points he scored in the fourth quarter?
I don't know, not many. He didn't have to be the closer tonight.
He scored 2. That's right, he didn't have to be. What happened in game 4? He scored 2 points in the fourth quarter. Last 2 games, he scored 2 points each quarter, each fourth quarter. You can't have that. The Knicks can do more than what they just did, but they play defense, and they haven't been consistent all year. Got to be consistent in more games. They can do it.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Yeah, it just made me think how I said it's not last year. Last year, Game 7, the Knicks were the Knicks were hobbled. The Knicks didn't have the guys. So the Pacers knew they were winning that game. The Pacers are putting all of their eggs now into we can win game 6 at home. And depending on what type of Knicks energy, what type of Knicks team comes out in 4 quarters of that game, we shall see. And yeah, this is not just a slump for Juan Soto. I hate to break it to y'all. This is the start of a season for him. Close to the worst stretch of his career. Like anybody that has watched Juan Soto, I told you guys, like I've been watching Juan Soto. I've watched him since he came up. I was at the All-Star game where they were chanting "Future Dodger." This is a guy looked at as one of the best players in the game, yo. This is a guy that everybody is waiting on. Not just a Met Yankee thing. It is in this echo chamber of WFAN and social media. The entire major leagues of baseball is like, what the hell happened to Juan? Dominic is in North Carolina on the fan. What's up, bro?
Yeah, real quick. I know the last couple. The Knicks don't need to win tomorrow. They need to win one game at a time. I also want to talk about Soto. He got a World Series championship on May 30th. The Chicago Cubs will be the winningest team in the history of baseball. Happens up far doesn't indicate what's going to happen over the rest of the season. And on that part, I don't know. If he's hurt, that's one thing. There's a question like is going on in the echo chamber of FAN. It's the pressure and the social media. I don't buy that for 1 second. The Soto is mentally tough. But that's all it is. He's going to be a blip and he's going to have a good year. It's harder to hit. That's the feeling against him. I think pitchers are pitching him differently because he doesn't have the short course. They're not as afraid of him knocking it out of the ballpark. So I think they're being more aggressive with him. But I think he's going to come around.
Yeah, I think so too. Like, all of us think that. I don't think there's one person that has called. There's definitely not one host that said, this is the version of Juan Soto you're going to get. He's going to finish the season batting 220. Yep, for the next 15 years. This is who you got. But the question is when. And also the question is, yo, why? What's going on, bro? We thought you were mentally tough. Like I said, I thought he was above this. And like above it, like that's a compliment. I thought that he was automatic, unaffected by these things. He played for the Yankees, and we've seen so many people come to the Yankees and fail. We traded for Joey Gallo. He couldn't do anything but strike out. Juan Soto comes in with a generational Juan Soto hat on or shirt on and a Yankee hat on. Like, yeah, what's up? Let's go. Y'all ready? Judge wasn't ready last year. Soto was. So what now? Justin is in Floral Park on the fan. What's up, Justin?
What's up, people?
Great.
So hopefully I'm so about my next. You know, Sean's in this phone because while everyone was putting that back, he saw the AXF t-shirt.
Oh, yo, I gave my shirt to Chico in the bleachers who holds the yes. And so Chico saw the shirt. He wanted it.
Actually, one
I don't want to wear Juan Soto on my shirt. I don't want to wear Mets colors either. No, but like it looked great. Chico was a big hit on Facebook and in the stadium. So I'm letting you know that the one you sent to me ended up on Chico, and I'm a large. I think it was an extra large. Yeah, so thank you for that. And Chico, the legendary bleacher creature who holds the flag, wore it well. Wait, that was today, and that's been the last few days. He's got no other options now. He's past the point of no return. Now he has to.
So, I mean, he's got to do it. Because I'm telling you, like the previous goal, all the pressure's on Indiana now. They do not want to go back to New York. They go back to the 7th, more so than that. To be in Spain. And, listen, Harvard has got one more because it's like, you gotta get physical with this guy. You don't get physical with this guy, you get the separation, and you're going to kill us. So, you got to continue to be very physical. And one last thing, Josh Hart cannot guard Siakam. Yeah, there's somebody else on Siakam. He's on the floor every day of the week. He had a great week for the Yankees.
Just pick 2 out of 3 from the start.
Yes, sir. Quickly here. Alex is in Linden, New Jersey on the fan. You got it, Alex.
Hey, what's up, bro? 3 points, listen, hang up quick. Soto is lucky that the Knicks were on this run because it would be even worse. He's 5 for 44 since we turned our backs on him. He never left. If you know, you know. And Knicks forced in game 6 now kind of hinders this Yankees out of 20 run too. Yankees have quietly won 16 of 20. This Dodgers series was a little less juice, all because of the Knicks. I'll see you next week, D.
Copy. Big homestand coming up. I'll see you there, bro. Omar is out in San Francisco. Welcome back, Omar. You're on the fan.
I'm in the New York City. Hey, Keith, good to hear you. Good to talk to you. I'll be real quick. I love the team win tonight. Great defense tonight. It's just continue to play. As you said, he's going to have to all year. That's number one. Number two, I think that we're going to see big games, not only from Brunson and Towns on Saturday, but I think Mikel Briggs is going to have a lot to play as well. And finally, you know what? I believe the Knicks can do this. I said Knicks can take it before the series began. Knicks have not faced pressure in this postseason. And right now, this is going to be that pressure game. Let's see how they handle it when we come to playoffs. Thank you.
Hey, enjoy it out west, man. I do appreciate that. You New Yorkers and Knicks fans that have gone elsewhere, and you carried that with you. Last call of the night goes to Ed in Linden, Hurst. Go for it, Ed.
Hey, what's up, man? I think you're doing a good job. Number one. Number two, yeah, I just want to respond to that call you had about thinking of this. You know, that was it with all the players on the bench of the Yankees. You know, the Mets are doing well, not because of the contributions of Soto. I don't know what these Mets fans are looking at, but it's not because he's doing so great. It's because the team is doing well.
The pitching.
Exactly. And where is real is his contribution? No, I'm not seeing too much of it. Maybe that's something that I'm not, but I'm not seeing too much.
He's had some meaningless homers. He's had some RBI that didn't turn into wins. He's had games where they lost where he's homered. So, you know, basically that call was saying we could go down the list of guys that are struggling on the Yankees and the Mets. Both teams are in good standing. So let's get off Juan Soto. No. Juan Soto has been a negative compared to what he's supposed to be. No. If Juan Soto was better, maybe they'd be 2.5 games better. No, you don't get to be the highest player and you get a pass. You don't get a pass. No.
Correct. I agree with you 100%. And then my second point is this. I don't know if you want, I was watching the Subway series, and there was a point where the camera was looking at Soto and Judge, and they were
warming up.
And you know, they were giving each other, and you know what? Soto, you can take the look on his face. It looks to me, and I watch body language. It looks to me like he thinks he made a mistake.
Yeah, and Judge is his big homie. Judge is big bro to him. Judge is his big homie. And Judge didn't acknowledge him until Sunday Night Baseball, until the national cameras were on him, and it was like staged. All right, now I'll go say what's up. But that Friday, I was there, and I was there Saturday. Judge was warming up and was going straight towards like the plate, and Soto looked like he was coming across to like try and get in his eyesight, and Judge kept going.
Absolutely. So that's my point, man. Hey, keep up the grip.
Thanks for the call, Ed. Yeah, what I said was like, yo, I know Judge did something for Soto that we'll never know about because Judge is like that. I told the story about J.P. Sears and Judge setting them up at a nice restaurant in New York, his whole family, and then surprising the family by showing up and then paying the whole bill for the family is just like a welcome to the team. You think he didn't do any type of stuff like that when Juan Soto came through? Of course he did. You think he didn't bless Juan Soto? He accepted his MVP trophy and gave mad love to Juan Soto, but then couldn't get him on the phone. And I bet you Aaron Judge would say, hey, homie, don't play with these Yankee fans. If you do this, you'll never live it. Ah, man. Yo, get this guy off the radio. The Knicks are in the Eastern Conference Finals. He's still talking about Soto. Yup. because everybody's calling to still talk about Soto. And Alex is right. If the Knicks weren't playing right now, it'd be Soto all day, every day, and it still is. Coming up next, Big Mac, C-Mac, Chris McMonagle on the Fan for the next 5 hours. Enjoy it. I'll see you guys on Sunday. Good night.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for
Easy, bro. Another one. Easy, bro. Another one. It's nothing. Nothing, bro. These goofies think they could do the job. These goofies think they can pull up and do what I do. They can't. Shout out to Big Mac, though. He can rock for 5 hours in his own style, in his own way. And I've created my own style in my own way, like nobody has ever done on the station. That's a fact, though. Appreciate y'all. Good night.